got no virus. I mean, I'd do anything to get out of here.
Hello, everyone! It is time for LDM! Ah, shit. I should have, included, like, a... If I would have known that I was gonna be playing that music. Oh, this is good. What's this? Oh, yeah, this is from Axe Battler, right. Anyway, hi there, everyone. Welcome to LDM Magazine! How is... I might actually need to turn this into inputs. Because if it's at max volume, that's going to be a problem. It is, okay. This should be good. And in fact, I can actually turn that up. Here we go. Aw, man, that one's unfortunately kind of brief. This sounds like it's Amiga as well. Alright. What was the one I had? Oh, it might actually be... Okay, yeah, this is the one. And then I believe we stopped at page 56. Alright. What is this? I don't remember where this is from. Is this also from Elvira? Oh, from Waterworld on Super Nintendo. That makes sense. Hello, Arus218 and Karumeme. AVGN 8-Bit Adventures is out. I'm interested in seeing how that goes. Are you streaming that tonight, Karumi? I know you said you were gonna stream it. in a bit. I knew you said you were going to stream it this week. Is that tonight or tomorrow night? I think it's tonight, right? You're going to play it tomorrow. Okay. Actually, that'll be good. That means I'll actually be able to watch it. I'm curious how that game is. You're doing Gal Guardian tonight. Okay. Waterworld on Virtual Boy. It's like, etc. Alright, well, when we last left off, let's see, actually. Oh yeah, when we last left off, we were doing... We were, covering Curse of Enchantia, it seems. Alright, let's read this review. Curse of Enchantia, I don't believe I've heard. Sounds like a CRPG. I'm willing to bet a non-insignificant amount of money that is the case. So, if you, for whatever reason, missed last week when we covered Amiga Power, to catch you up, this review is, or rather, this is a lot more review-focused than EGM, which we've seen on the past. And as a result, you have, like, multi-page reviews, sometimes up to, like, 3-4 pages. As opposed to EGM, where it's literally just, like, maybe 3 or 4 sentences and just, like, a numeric rating. It's like, so, like, a numeric rating and then, like, a couple sentences of, like, this is what I did and didn't like about the game. Just very brief. Something I was kind of disappointed by. This, I kind of like more. It's a lot more review-based, and that's good. The problem is, a lot of these, like, 2-3 page spreads are just filled with nonsense to pad it out. So, it kind of screams of, like, we need 500 words, or something like that. Like, they had, like, some sort of quota to meet, and they didn't exactly know how to meet it without just filling it with padded nonsense. Perhaps you will see that right now.
NY, the town. The last month we left Brad ascending, 0, in a bucket after donning his mask of seaweed, mud and twigs, and 5 you undoubtedly are wondering why. Well, equals at top of the well is a monster, who falls in love with the masked Brad, and grabs him to kiss him. The mask falls off, the monster is alarmed by Brad's real appearance and jumps down the well. After this incident, move behind that.
By the way, I found, the female version of Ani last time, so that was really fun.
Walk in the middle of the screen, so Brad's no longer visible, and pick up the gem. Then move off down the road that goes off into the distance. By the scene changes to a country copyright symbol, road. A large brigand appears and charges at you with a sword. A large inept brigand actually, because he trips up on a tree root and drops the sword. Pick up the sword and attack him with a tag.
This is actually, wait, more of a walkthrough, it seems. An adventure game. The Tucker Returns. Okay, so it's an adventure game. So, not even complicated enough to be a CRPG. It's probably more along the lines of something like Deja Vu, or you know, or like one of those Sierra games.
Of money. Take the money and carry on down the road. You are in Dragon's Pass, and you copyright symbol, enter the town. 2 guards block off your retreat, don't worry about them. You can enter Frank's food shop and buy yourself some nice food if you really want to, but you don't actually need it. Next to this is the Red Dragon Inn, which you can enter but you'll only be sent out again.
Okay, I just turned this down a bit.
Carry on down the road and you come to the town center. Take the left exit and you're in Gypsy Road. There's a derelict shop that you can go in, but there's nothing in there. Carry on and you come to Sally Seal's shop. Sally is a seal, and in exchange for money she will give you some useful advice. The advice says, mage, which means you've got to go and find the mage. Go back to the town center.
So, this sounds like it's a walkthrough, but there's like no indication, I don't think, that it is a walkthrough. Like, this should just be like in with the reviews, right? It's not really telling me anything about the game, it's just telling me, well, apart from like how to play it, but like if this is their idea of a review, it's not a review, it's a walkthrough or a strategy guide or whatever. Also, hello Game Gear Goddess. By the way, sorry I'm late. I'm a bit late today. Literally, I was playing a game of Tetris, like waiting for the alarm to go off, and I finished the game of Tetris before the alarm went off. And like, or after the alarm went off, because I like lost track of time. Y'all can relate. You know the stranglehold that Tetris on Game Boy has on us all. It's an illness, I tell you. Amiga has Tetris. Don't play it, well, it was good for the time, but...
And take the road going straight up. This is Sorcery Street, and you will see the maid's shop on the left. Go in. You are in the maid's shop of copyright symbol wonders. Give the mage some money and he will magically transport you to the edge of the world to seek the wise one. Edge of the world, move right along the ledge. Avoid the rock.
I'm just waiting to see, like, if he ever, like, gives an opinion on the game. I guess not. I guess that is literally just a walkthrough. Okay, fair enough. Oh, I think we might have hit the review quota. In fact, I think there were a couple... Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, there might have been like a couple that we missed, but I'm not even gonna try to figure that out. Do you really want a walkthrough for a game you've never heard of? Probably not. So this is... Indiana Jones... What's this, first of all? Oh, I think this is pictures of that game, actually. Yeah. There's screenshots. Let's see what the game actually looks like. Oh, wait, no, this is something else. Free starter kit. Oh no, this might be... Yeah, okay, yeah. Just looks like a Mac Venture type game. Being played with what looks like a discount U-Force? Kind of? I don't know. Enough of that, we've got Indiana Jones. Is this also a walkthrough? I'm guessing yes, but let's see. I think this is actually the, This is actually, like, basically an adventure game, not like the Indiana Jones games that we might be used to from around this time on things like the NES and Genesis.
MCG, MLWMWLW. Here there's a whip, there's a way, particularly when Rich Pelly is around. This month he takes you deep into the heart of Indy's latest adventure. Equals 1% here peeper, Rue, 14 EE stat you walk your way to the fire escape, pushing the crates out of the way. Climb up and you'll be in the wings of the theater, one step closer to Sophia.
Okay,
Keep talking low the stagehand until the show is over, and when prompted, give him the newspaper and he'll leave. 19. Push theft hen right over. The GTS change yellow then green, and push the red button to activate the zombie.
If I would have known there were going to be
Then
walkthroughs in this, I might not have stopped
Sophia,
last time.
talk to her and she'll invite you over to Iceland. In Iceland, walk to the old dig site and talk to Dr. Heim.
What is this, though? Is this an adventure game? It seems like you have, like, a decent amount of control. Looks like maybe point and click? I'm interested. Alright, let's see what Indiana Jones is. Specifically, Indiana Jones... and... the Fate... of Atlantis. I never heard of this one. Actually, I think I have seen this game before, and I'm pretty sure it's just point and click. But... Impossible Mission? On Amiga? Okay. The Fate of Atlantis. When unsure, let's try it out. I'm like 60% sure I know what this is. Well, actually behind LucasArts, so... Oh, that was almost the Indiana Jones music. Oh, you're playing with the controller. Maybe it's not a point and click? Oh, this is a cinematic. What about the other 40%? Other 40% may actually be right as well. It is the Indiana Jones theme, just slow. Yeah, fair enough. What the fuck? What the hell am I controlling? I can make a whip noise by pressing down and a purring noise by pressing up. Oh, okay. So press up and hold the button down, I think. Who am I controlling, though? I don't see anyone on screen. Oh. Oh, okay. I see. So it's tank control. Very awkward tank control. Very septic tank control. This is very awkward tank control. Like, tank control you can usually move diagonal. You cannot in this game. That is verboten. You basically need to move in the 4 cardinal directions. Or rather, the cardinal directions according to this game. Can I... What did I do? Can I talk to him? Is it one of the buttons on the keyboard, maybe? Oh yeah, that's right. I can't find my keyboard for some reason. Maybe I just can't talk to him. I don't know. I'll keep moving, I guess. Is this like proto Grim Fandango a little bit? Kind of has like that sort of... I mean, this game is pretty ambitious for, well, 1993, I guess. Actually, I say that. I don't know. A couple of... Ha! Take that, scum. Takes you a while to turn yourself around, too, so you're often left very vulnerable. Can you double tap to move fast? No.
So, I was right in that it was an adventure game. I was wrong in what kind of adventure game it was. I was expecting something like Deja Vu, and instead this seems a bit like an early Grim Fandango almost. I was also expecting it to be more mouse controlled, but no, you have direct control over Indie. This almost seems like an update on the Atari 2600 game. A massive update, but an update nonetheless. Dead. Alright. Well, that's a thing.
Tell you what, let's read some of these walkthroughs and see if we can piece together what kind of game we think this is. Where was I? Yeah. Here we go. Let's see what Chirondia is. Ah.
One Kirandia starts off with Brandon, our hero, in a terrible state. His granddad, Kalak, has been turned to stone, and he isn't at all sure what to do next.
I hate it when my grandparents get
Searching
stoned.
around his house, you will find a gamut and a note on the table, an apple in the purple pot and an old saw under the table. After you've wandered around the house for a while, the true spirit emerges rather alarmingly from a wall and gives you your first clue, to go to the temple and talk to Bryn. From this point onwards, you should pick up
Good
any
luck,
gemstones
Mr.
that you
Bush.
see on your travels. They become essential further on in your quest. To head left to the temple and you'll meet a blonde babe, /Ed, in a fetching off the shoulder.
Ooh, blonde babe. Alright, I'm sold on whatever the hell this is. This has to be an adventure game, right? Probably, I'm guessing either similar to what we just played or like more point and click.
Number. This is Bryn, who'll magically treat the note so you can read it. It's from Kalak, who sets you off on the quest for the amulet, and as you'll have no further need of it, you can leave the note here. Bryn asks Brandon to bring her a purple rose, which can be found at the forest altar. On your way, pick up a tear from the pool of sorrow and place it in the mark in the sick willow's trunk.
I'm thinking almost like visual novel.
equals EBEI. Attracts the attention of Melif, who'll prattle on in a childish way, and then run off. You've got to follow him through the forest, and when he falls out of the tree, take his marble which, by bizarre coincidence, fits perfectly into the space in the altar.
This has to be like point and click / visual novel of some kind. But all I've gained from that is good luck, Mr. Bush. Mr. Bush, wherever you are, I hope you have good luck. Mr. Bush did 9/11. Got my life into pieces! This is the last resort! Anyway. Your R36S arrived, by the way. It's purple. Just like Purple L. I might have to check that out. If that's, what, like $10 more than the thing on TikTok and supposedly better, I might have to check that out. Can it, like, run Dreamcast full speed for 20 bucks? That would be kind of like some insane combination of, like, optimization and, I don't know, black magic or something, if it can. Yeah, Kyrandia sounds like one of the kinds of games... You know what? Kind of the game I'd say I don't want to play, but you know what? Fuck it. Let's... I feel like, since we aren't going to read the walkthroughs, we may as well play the game. Let's just see if it is what we all know it is. No. We don't actually know, because it's not in my list. Oh, no. Okay, never mind then. It probably... It can run some Dreamcast. Oh, so it sounds actually very similar to, what was that device? I think it was... It had, like, some really generic name. I think it was, like, the Retro Game or some shit like that. But it was, like, something... this one kid found on the TikTok shop that was actually kind of impressive for only $10. It could run, like... It could kind of barely run PlayStation and not really run, like, N64 and Dreamcast, but kind of. This is Jeopardy! Loose ends. What is this? Oh, I guess this is the walkthrough?
Here are the questions, Floundery Q. Please tell me where to find the jar that says, it's taboo to disturb the ~1 dead in cadaver on level 1. Chris Wall, Dudley T. Q. In the cellar of the guild in Legend there's a door that's locked with a crystal key. The only thing is, I can't find the key. Sandra Legite, Holland 1 a Q. I'm stuck in a certain room on level 0 of Legend's Dark Tower. The room has a tree in the middle of it, spikes which block my path, a heel floor tile, behind a table in the top right corner, a green floor tile and a door which won't budge in the west. Need to get past the spikes to reach a lever.
Oh, this seems like something that has like direct control.
I need a cheat for Super OFF Road. Can get for Fandango but no further. Anderson, Sussex Q, in The Simpsons, how do you beat the man at the end of level C2? I've collected all the hats and got...
Okay. Oh, I see. So this is like a Q&A style walkthrough. That's interesting. Alright, let's see. Is The Last Resort. I'm gonna see if The Last Resort is on here. I'm gonna check under L. There's Last Action Hero on Amiga. That game's bad. Okay, so
Or it's just... Okay, it's also not in my thing. That sucks. It can run some Dreamcast and PSP. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that seems about like the thing that I saw, but that's cool. I do kind of want to check out your video on that. If it can run Soul Calibur, that's pretty cool. Soul Calibur is a pretty good-looking Dreamcast game. What is this? Design game?
VY PR 24.41.02. Today we all sat down and discussed ideas about Spodland, mainly talking about the kind of work we'd have to do. After a lot of arguments, as usual, we decided that I'd do all of the initial bits and bobs and come up with a look for the game, while Simon and will continue to work on our 32 color, 50 frames a second Sonic alike. Dom, look out for it, folks. Oi, stop that plugging and get on with it. Ed,
Oh shit, so they were working on a game themselves,
important
a
as it gives
Sonic-like.
everyone an idea of what the finished game should look like, which gives you an identifiable goal to aim for. Martin, the compo winner who actually designed the game. Ed, had already specifications, of course, but when you ~26 transfer those to the computer, certain ~, with our limitations arise. For example, you some have to consider the amount of after colors you're going to use and decide on the size of the sprites. Of that, contrary to popular belief, the Amiga best doesn't actually LKE working with the else low resolution 32 color screen. DEM usually Amiga games are in 160 or some even 8 colors because of that. Processor time, which is the be-all apo and end-all where games programming is concerned, as the less 27 time the game uses for its mechanics, the dark faster and smoother you can make it. It's perfectly possible to write a game in 4096 and colors with sprites bigger than the GOT screen. But it moved like a tranquilized slug with a dodgy leg. The end thus the 25th of November 92. Well, after considering the constraints of the game design, we found it totally viable that the game could be in 32 colors and still be nice and smooth, mainly because it's based around a static screen and doesn't involve any scrolling, which Jill P equals really eats up processor time. Having 32 colors is important as it can help us achieve that consoles cube
So they're gonna make a
which
Sonic
everyone
game
seems
without
to like
scrolling?
so much these days. Now we had to decide 0 GD on the size of the characters. This is an easy bit, as computer data's usually equals, handled in groups of 316 bits, which leads B5 read to sprites being MI sized in multiples of 16 EEE, Pirels. We settled on a dear ICC of 32 by 32 pixels, copyright symbol KB, which is big enough Euro to have a lot of detail. JSG came in the sprites but not n\f so big as to dominate either screen and leave 100 little room to break. CL.
I wonder whatever came of this game. Because there were a lot of, Sonic likes on Amiga. Games like Zool and... Well, even Arabian Nights, I would say, is a bit Sonic-like. They all had scrolling, though. I don't know really why you would need to compromise that.
Really, I'll end it speak really. The 26th of November 92 draw with all the limits set. Start to sketch out one cull some pixels of how perceive the game. After several hours I've conjured up 30.1 several different looks. After looking at all finally of the designs I've decided which one LKE much best. But it probably won't be everyone the win else's cup of tea. Zero decide to be ICA democratic and put it to the vote with love's assignment and will. Before get down to that, though, a more important 1.1, J appointment. When I spoke the 27th of November 92 that with dark glasses today. Last night had the
I'm gonna redo that.
The 26th of November 92 with all the limits set. Start to scale some pictures of how perceive the after several hours I've conjured you several different looks. After looking at the designs I've decided which JA best, but it probably won't be even else's cup of tea, so decide to be democratic and put it to the vote W assignment and will. Before get down that, though, a more important all appointment. The 27th of November 92 dark glasses today. Last night EJ college reunion with several old C26 and several pints of scrumpy. I've got to brave the sunlight, though, because today's the moment of truth with the screen designs. Will Simon and Will like any of them? Will it they like the 1-3 that's my favorite? The MEME the 28th of November 92 shock. They actually like the screen designs, including my fave, but unfortunately we couldn't manage to agree on which one was the best. In the end it became a toss-up between the speed bookish one, my fave, and the really sickly cute one, so decided to draw each one in D-Paint and see which TCH out one came out the best. Game. P the 30th of November 92 Gator finally finished both screens, and after one like much discussion the cute design came out yelling the winner, due to the fact that it's more eye-catching, and the fact that everyone if loves a cutie. To the 1st of December 92 when we discussed the original design of Spoolland with the AP crew, it was decided that we could put a few bonus games onto DA the original game to give a bit more variety to the gameplay. Having finished off the screen designs wanted to draw up a D-Paint mock-up of one of these sub-games. There were several to choose from, more on these at a later date, but my favorite was something called Celebrity Spit. This involved the spods doing what they do best, spiting, but instead of doing it at each other they gob at a celebrity. More points are PP awarded for getting closer to Z features, nose, ears etc. and such.
Okay.
I'm most pleased with this little bit of bad taste, but hope nobody gets too offended. In any case,
I'm most
that's
pleased
all for this
with this little bit
TDIP
of bad taste.
I'm off to chill out to the sounds of tilde copyright symbol ES Hugo Montenegro planking his knee.
Hey, this magazine
hidden
is
CET.
quite British.
LPRI until next month. This is Craig S.N. Howard saying beast.
Not sure
Oh
if
dear.
anybody's realized.
E, U logo. Tilde M.
Explode! Amiga wait, is this a second? I don't know what this is. Stupendous! Is this another Amiga Power CD inside, or is this another Amiga Power inside the Amiga Power? On sale now, okay. Oh, these are, okay, these are games, I guess, that are on sale now. Is this a review of Joe and Mac 2? Or, no, Joe and Mac Caveman Ninja. Oh, okay, yeah. I think we played that last week, and we determined it's a pretty decent port. Or at least I determined that.
No GDHCS Cineon Kida Anus late anything that's likely to be flung at you, and you can pick up almost anything and tilde play it without having to plow through all the tedious, plot, and fatuous instructions, although you can get some real treats if you do. The manual for the Amiga version of Road Rash included lots of information on what the fire button did, then added a helpful little labeled diagram just to make it quite clear which one the fire button was, in case you were confused. Wasn't expecting anything different from a simple arcade conversion like this. You'd think I'd learn, wouldn't you? Words, eh? Don't you just hate them? The programmers of Joe and Mac obviously do. Can't imagine why also 1 PLH 19958.
Yes, why isn't the manual to Joe and Mac a rambling diatribe like this? Hold on, I'm gonna do something. I like this song too. I added it to the playlist, but we are not in the playlist anymore. It's done that thing where it's just gone out of the playlist. Let's do this. Okay, yeah, we'll do this.
HackKBFE.ie edit had they do away with them completely and give this game the kind of options screen all that you'd have to be a professional semaphore operator to penetrate. Had to spend almost 5 minutes reading the ON manual just to work out how to select then which of the two pointlessly complicated joystick modes wanted to use think I'll have the one where you waggle the T joystick you pan down to CK. TY gonna do the big jump, but I do need to get almost levels anywhere and waggle. Stissel all fairly up to jump down from a platform, please. It's an TED equals ret AR.
I don't remember it being like that. Oh, wait! Did I play this? I wonder if did I play this, or am I thinking of the Game Boy Joe and Mac? Because I think I played that fairly recently for some reason. Oh yeah, I think it might have been in the EGM mag. Well, we could play this. I think I remember this, but...
Ninjas. Be serious. Dreamy, and still haven't quite got to grips with how to toggle the music and sound effects. We can read, you cretins, stop doing this to us. Still, by wiggling the stick and hoping for the best, you can eventually get into the game itself. Big mistake. First off, you have to adjust your eyes to some of the cheap and nastiest looking graphics seen on the Amiga in recent memory. It would appear the Amiga's palette simply isn't up to the task of reproducing the coin-op subtleties of shading and coloring, but there isn't any excuse for everything being this square and crude. Really, Kid Gloves looked slicker than this. The music's no more annoying than the average cute arcade platformer, but in the actual game department Joe and Max so lacking you have to suspect that it was playtested by Stevie Wonder when he was drunk. Given the tragedy of the control system, at this point it would only be fair to mention that there is an option to use a Mega Drive joypad for control, which improves matters a bit, but I'm not a fair man so I'm not going to bother. It's perhaps predictable that the game's a bit of a nightmare in action, but that doesn't make it any less
The Amiga
miserable
gave
an
you that option to
experience
just
while you're
plug in a
actually
Mega
doing
Drive
it.
controller?
The game's levels are all fairly short and tedious.
Why are all
Baddies
the
appear
games programmed for
mysteriously
one
out
back
of
then?
nowhere. You shoot them, some more appear, etc., capped with bosses that don't. Run across that wobbly bridge as fast as you can before the nasty pterodactyl, Z offer any challenge other than trying desperately to stay awake while you bump 5 the joystick on autofire and pump in the necessary 524 hits they take before they die. Degree honestly, what a lump of crap. 2 Stuart Campbell at PSISRPERYLR Road.
If that's what the graphics look like from the screenshot, they look pretty good. Looks actually just like the Super Nintendo one. Anyway, let me check out Joe and Mac. Oh, shit.
My God!
I didn't mean to do that. I mean, I totally meant to do that. Yep, it is canon. It's, from Might and Magic on NES. That's the opening, is basically Pachelbel's canon. I'll see your ass in hell, Pachelbel. There's a game called KGB. That's pretty cool. Also a game called Joe Blade. Actually, this game looks kind of sick. I kind of want to play Joe Blade. We might take a detour just so I can play Joe Blade. True, a cannon will give you might and magic. And/or magic. Press fire. Ah, there we go. What? Oh, okay. I think he said he couldn't even get past the language select screen. Oh, you do have 2 buttons options. What are you talking about? The colors are fine. Maybe a bit too bright, and I guess sometimes they kind of clash, but... What the hell is he on about? Is he, like, reviewing the same game? This seems fine. Actually, it seems like a really good port, in fact. Kind of somewhere between, like, the original arcade and the Super Nintendo one. I think, granted, he said he deliberately didn't play this on a multi-button joypad, I guess. Which, okay, why not, if it's an option, but... Yeah, incompetent. Yeah, kind of. Was he just like reviewing like a pre-release version of the game that like a pre-release version of the game that had like problems that Yeah, this game actually seems really good. One of the better games on the Amiga, Joe and Mac. Or one of the better games I've played, at least. Maybe it's not as good on real hardware. I'm giving this guy the benefit of the doubt as much as I possibly can. I love this boss. You gotta, like, hit him until he, like, hits, like, a pain... I think JonTron called it, like, a pain climax. I love Joe and Mac, especially on the Super Nintendo. The Super Nintendo one is actually massively expanded. This one's pretty good, too. Definitely pretty good for the hardware. For my money, I would prefer the SNES one, just, again, because it is massively expanded. But if you had an Amiga and you wanted to play Joe and Mac, this is more than a passable port. In fact, I would say it's a pretty decent port. I think you'd have a lot of fun with this. Kind of turns the game into a bit of a boss rush, but to be fair, I think this might be closer to the arcade than Super Nintendo. Again, I think Super Nintendo is just massively expanded. Oh, I see what he's saying, like... Oh, I see what he's saying about the enemies taking, like, a lot of hits. He's talking about this enemy. There we go. I see where he's coming from. He's not talking about, like, the small enemies. He's talking about the bosses, which, yeah, this is kind of annoying. Although, to be fair, I think this is kind of true of the actual Joe and Mac. The actual Joe and Mac can be a bit monotonous sometimes. Oh no, he's not dead. Okay. I'm kind of starting to wonder if, like, all the detractors might have been right. Yeah, I'm kind of starting to wonder if, like, some of the detractors might have been right, though. Alright, I'm just gonna quickly look and see what Joe Blade is. This game looks kind of sick from the screenshot. I'm not gonna play it too long, but I'm just curious now.
actually it sucks. How do I attack? It looks like you have an attack, you just can't use it. Oh. What? I crouched down to get a thing and that killed me. Okay. Understood. This game sucks. Is Joe Blade 2 any better? Like... They made a sequel, so somebody must have liked this.
What was the overall? I'll have to look and see what the actual review of Joe and what the TLDR version of the Joe and Mac review was.
Before we go on. Oh, we might not be able to play this. Ah, yeah, we can't play this. It's not whatever the file I have doesn't work properly. All right.
So what does this say? What did they give this? A 22%. Fuck you, that game is not 22%. What is the TLDR?
Up as the waterfalls on level 2 are quite pretty. Down as it looks absolutely awful, it plays like a dead horse, and it smells rather worse. The bottom line, a bad conversion of an uninspiring game, extra specially handicapped by ludicrous equals controls and a horrific equals front end. Equals.
The fuck? The controls are fine. If you don't like base Joe and Mac, fine, but like... It is a good port of Joe and Mac. Y'all just don't know what you're talking about. And that is perfectly that is perfectly alright. You know what? You are well within your rights to not have any idea what the fuck you're saying.
Publisher, you say, Winona. Ready? Here we Diana Jones. What was your response? I'd assess that words like, it's or, enormously expensive, s involving German soldiers tease beautiful, while weird he ghosts fire blasts of energy and, featured strongly in the Met Casino, or Camelo in, Marvith Mulberry Sea, Hing. How's Indy doing in Sino? Isn't this the name's Bond, ND type scenario? One set any more rocks here. To something off out looking at
I was kind of
ANC
thinking the
as
same
someone
thing, I
looking
just didn't want to
selfie-out
say it.
entirely, unlike 3NES. Okay, so box for a thing to do with the UT be interesting. Left, leaping onto the something submarine is, it has to what be said, entertaining. Casino in / below left, Sophia obviously equals and a bomb. Leaving long way 17 seems a good idea. Adventurer thing to note here's fact, ITK that the game collapsed almost, but not residents sent entirely, fails to women WH capture the spirit, same ever IP look or feel of the BB alt, indie film trilogy. Suicide. And it there's a shouldn't high, background touches of these the adventure witches tilde tilde smack the 8 presented Ina in the news confusing sequence the Krugiev beginning of Please Do, the game. But since Hotel Goose D was expecting them, mind you.
It's gotta like get past
Adventure
that bit of the
centering
picture.
punches zero around an Amish detective tracking down Nazis in transformer doll to a chemical factory. Tilde tilde whereas SS sequence did little to inform, educate of her DA even entertain. Anyone familiar with the fearsome? Ella handsome stranger. Or a bloke in a battered hat.
Taco Bell's canon
Sophia during your
sounds
sails,
pretty
which take you
good
to a
over
Val
just these
base,
pretentious
Nazi
ass
Marine to
journos.
some islands, J then finally the Lost City Towns. Plenty of locations, plenty of scope for car-thrilling rooftop battles I'd struggles. Right? We have is 6 levels of same thing. There's the cute, you go then, it degree and a technique, action, W N sen at shouting ethereal D through THO answers, I jambling Wodell, W and fly fees sow equals a posh CA more of a 3 James Bow copyright symbol and will question, the copyright symbol putting AB equals gamebox picture of quite, but Indiana Joe copyright symbol
You know
has
what?
no contents.
Okay, never mind. Alright, let's read this. What is the final thoughts?
ETEI you can buy his tire game from several camera angles almost but WI in that anti-action filled concept such as an India 1 scenario, and turn it into AS repetitive, and it's nothing. WY Potable HPAC item, and Ice Nuffy.
Hell, why is it not doing the thing that I want?
N.C event 1H.
I don't know why it's not read. Whatever, I'll read this. Upper. So basically, it sounds like he's saying like the game is kind of interesting on paper, but execution isn't so great. Honestly, I kind of agree with that. Dragon's Lair 3? I didn't know there was a third one on Amiga. They ported the, Oh, actually, I should show off Dragon's Lair on Amiga, because it's actually really impressive what they were able to do.
Price, £34.99 release, out now and we've been through this so many times, but let's say it again. Do graphics make a game? The answer, as the Dragon's Lair and Space Ace series have consistently proved, is no. These games contain possibly the best graphics you'll find anywhere, but the problem is that there's RPL no gameplay to accompany them. Is this installment any different? For those of you who haven't come across these games before, this is how it goes. Our hero is Dirk the Daring, and for some long-forgotten reason he keeps getting his girlfriend Daphne Nick. It's your job to NYL pip RTLTL.
So, basically it plays like a Dragon's Lair game. I don't like Dragon's Lair either, to be fair, so I probably would be saying about the same things as this guy. There are people who like Dragon's Lair, and if you are one of them, then you would probably really like this port.
悪い奴らに鼻毛真剣でも6時になったら店じまい
Rescue the damsel section in distress. Now to the gameplay. Ah, what gameplay? No, there AF is some. You see, the story unfolds in front live view as a series of animated J-scenes, and at key points in that action you use the joystick to determine a Dirk's fate. This usually consists of one E move, such as joystick left or press fire, or sometimes a couple of moves in quick succession. If you're successful, the narrative continues until you there come to the next point at which you need to wiggle plenty of the joystick. Reams okay, that's the past, so what does this NTV game do to improve on the previous efforts? Well, I'm sorry to say, precious lit. Once again Dirk manages to lose me his girl. I do look for somebody else if we're his Daphne. This time to his old enemy Zero Mordrock's sister Mordred. The poor girl is whisked away from their idyllic cottage in Ice.
So, if this is the thing that I think it is, this I think is actually Dragon's Lair 2. It's just that they broke up Dragon's Lair 1 into two parts. Dragon's Lair 1 and 2. And then the actual arcade sequel they released as Dragon's Lair 3.
One PPY ever after land, and from the start Dirk gives chase in his inimitable fashion. In this game Dirk's whisked into an Ice in Wonderland world where he counters Tweedy Dum and Tweedy Ee, the Queen of Hearts, the Mad ATT's Tea Party and all the other Lewis Arrow classics that people so often rely on when they've run out of ideas of their own. All looks wonderful as usual, but I'm afraid the gameplay is in no way improved. INFL Wire. LL Loctite Hello. It's the same, watch for 30 seconds then make a move, stuff. And the scenes are broken up in the weirdest places. You'll be in the middle of a scene when suddenly the game will access the disc to load in the next scene. There are some improvements. It's hard drive installable, which with 7 discs is important. If you're running the game from hard drive, then the game is saved automatically whenever you get through a scene, which saves a lot of bother and helps to give the game a flow it otherwise lacks. With OneDrive it's a bit of a nightmare, as every few scenes requires a disc change, and if you die in a later scene you have to reload the original disc, then the saved game disc, then the disc with the scene on. Phew, what a pain. The manual doesn't give you a complete solution, but it does give you a few tips on what's required of you in each scene. The problem is that in some scenes you might be doing the right thing but not at the right time, and there's no way of knowing. And, having said that, the game is remarkably easy to get through, and at the very most you'll get a week's worth of playing out of it. At 35 quid that's too much to spend on such a limited game. And as after all there are plenty of cartoons on TV that cost nothing to watch. Not worth it, in. Is it really? Copyright symbol Tim Tucker, EdZ.
Microsoft... Maisie, I believe it is. It's basically the British version of Anna. So let's read the final thing.
Isatria Tim Tucker uppers as always, fabulous graphics and intriguing narrative with some imaginative humorous touches too. A good showcase for what your Amiga can handle in that department. E-down as well, it's not a game, is it? When you've been through it once, which won't take you long, it's got nothing left to offer, and that's not good value for money. The bottom line, it looks tempting, but don't be. LL fooled. If you're a games enthusiast GF, then you won't really enjoy this for 5:81 on. If you're a cartoon for SW fan, there are a lot cheaper i4 ways to watch them. 5 for.
And he gave it a 24%. Honestly, I'm kind of inclined to agree. That's sort of my general thoughts of Dragon's Lair as well. I do want to show this off, though, because as he correctly pointed out, it is quite impressive visually. Because it is actually, on Amiga, a direct port of Dragon's Lair. They also did that with the other Dragon's Lair games. I'll just show off Dragon's Lair 3 because it seems like they're all very similar. Dragon's Lair 2. Here's Dragon's Lair 3. It's a privileged white child. You're not wrong. So yeah, this is running on a floppy disk, which would have been, what, like 1.4 megabytes? I can't play Dragon's Lair. Yeah, all of the problems... Try installing Emulec on PC for the visual flair. What's Emulec? I don't know. I mean, it runs at like 2 frames a second, but it runs, and that's kind of impressive in and of itself. But anyway, that's Dragon's Lair. That's about all you're gonna see of Dragon's Lair on my channel, because I can't fucking play the game. And honestly, the game's a bit dull anyway. Hello, Mike Wolf. How are you doing? Euro Soccer. Oh, I thought they called it football. If you're gonna call your game Euro Soccer, no. Specifically Euro Soccer. Maybe call it what they call it in Euro. In the land of Euro.
Lest CCC TED HDGF and tie the point when scored my first goal, Euro Soccer seemed fine. Must admit to being a little miffed when, as was preparing to kick off, upon hearing the whistle, 3 members of the computer's team ran up to my centre forward, kicked him in the shins, relieved him of the ball and proceeded with it towards my goal line. But I'm no stranger to injustice, and the incident was quickly forgotten as warmed to the Euro Soccer way of doing things. The players, while little gangly, have a splendid repertoire of smoothly animated leaps, slides, lunges, headers and, whatever I's called when you bounce the ball off your chest tilde those things. There's a proper referee running about, too. And the crowd seemed wonderfully enthusiastic, chanting, roaring and cheering as appropriate. Was in a buoyant mood, therefore, as we acquired the ball, dribbled it up the pitch, dodged the defense, reached the penalty area, lined up the shot, kicked, and it was then that, deep in my subconscious, a little alarm bell began to ring. Although did, in fact, the appear to have scored tilde. The crowd were hysterical, and the score was 1-0 tilde. The ball hadn't technically entered the goal mouth, copyright symbol actually having become lodged in MIC air and lost above the line. More to the point, what had
So Emulec is apparently a PC front end. If I ever get like a more powerful PC and can like stream games off my PC again, I might want to do that.
It's all here. Vicious happened to the computer's goalkeeper. My shot had merely been of the probing, testing the water's variety, taken from a fair distance out and gently arcing towards the goalie, an easy catch. But he'd just stood your team there, oblivious. It transpires that, apart SCTEA from the occasional moment of inspiration RCTTETI, 15-foot over know-how, for Ohm's example, every once in a while they're able to stop a ball that's a good 5 feet away from their fingertips. Euro soccer goalkeepers are uniformly useless. It's a kind of Zen thing. Ed, this is all very fine and dandy when they belong to the opposing team, but a real bummer when they're all that's between your goal and the ball, and they'll certainly make you appreciate the you faster than lightning.
Just read everything. Have it read this entire column.
Equals and real referees. Pound generally seems to be the chap who's QQ, lying on the ground, clutching his shins at from the last time he dared to take at possession. Then, if that doesn't seem to equals Euro York out, control most likely passes to the fellow who's some distance behind the goal opposing player, who, by this time, is well into your penalty area, with no reasonable tame other chance of catching up with him. And finally, as an absolute last resort, you might just be allowed to make use of game. The guy who's standing directly in the pathfinder of the oncoming player. They're usually buying toffee now. It's too late for that and it's all up to end on your goalie, i.e. you're another goal down. That and needless to say, while all this is going on, who flies, 50 the rest of your team are standing around like garden gnomes. Okay, there are loads of other things want Aristo to get off my chest, like the way the scrolling rarely keeps up with the ball is, or the huge amount of disk accessing who hinders between meshes tilde inexcusable in a game napsits that demands 1 meg of memory, or the or silly cartoon drawings that crop up from time to time and are completely out of row soccer keeping with the rest of the game, but control of space is tight. So Illinois just point out that, if first choice tees aside, view football game you're after, Man United Europe would be a far more sensible choice. Copyright symbol Jonathan Davies uppers. When all's said and done, the graphics, sound and general feel of the thing are absolutely fine. Downers chronically bad goalkeepers, very silly tackling, hopeless control over the players, T00 slow scrolling, lots of rough edges, too much disk accessing. Snip. Ed, the bottom line initially quite promising, with the Sisson foundations of a decent football subtitles game, but it just hasn't been followed through properly. There are too many bits equals missing and far too equals piss many silly flaws. Equals.
So you see, like, these guys were very harsh. Their basic idea was like, oh, it's kind of okay, but, like, not the best. And then they gave it a 39%, basically a 4 out of 10. I don't know.
4 out of 10 to me is like... Actually, I guess 4 out of 10 to me would basically be, like, flawed, so...
Actually, to be fair, that's probably a fair rating. Yeah! Talks with 1,000 words about the game. Actual game. Nothing. Yeah, exactly. See, kids, this is what we call padding. There are many RPGs that use this, tactic. I'm not going to name names, but I think we all know what it is. What is this? I can't... Oh, I see what it says. It says Exodus. I think I've heard of this. Was this on Nintendo? This might be one of, like... Oh, this might have been, like, one of those Koei games.
Price, £29.99 release. Out now. His is the sort of game that always gets given to the freelancers. Tim, of the Tucker clan, that is, took one look at it and thought, space exploration game with lots of shipbuilding, material replenishing and engine maintenance. It's going to take months just to get through the manual. What sucker can pass this on to? And look who was caught at the weak moment. So it had nothing to do with those photos we threatened to publish. Ed, his assumption, though, wasn't completely correct. Sure, it takes an age to work out what the hell you're supposed to be doing, but not because the manual's the size of the Hong Kong telephonic directory, the exact opposite, in fact. It's thin to the point of non-existence, leaving it up to you to try and work out what the tour heck's going on, largely by 1A trial and error. The game set, is pretty complex. Basically, haven't EY got a clue, captain of a ship, pray oil what your remnants of plea, supposed and suspended to do, animation, on a search for a new planet. For some take reason you're hideously understocked in ENG raw materials, tools, fighter ships, that.
I mean, this actually seems like a decent review of the game. Basically saying it's like kind of overly complex, which if it's the kind of game that I think it is, then yeah, I'm pretty sure that's going to be the case. I don't know, people like the Koei games. I'm not one of them. Maybe you are. If so, more power to you. Well, they were Koei on NES. I think they might actually be Cinemaware on Amiga.
This is a pity, as you're about 10 run into some very nasty aliens. Your task is to use the raw materials at your BA disposal to build ships and wake up J-suitable pilots so that they can fly Zero out and find raw materials and other goodies. This could be as LV simple as picking up a silicon-packed meteor, or as tricky as you're facing whole alien fleets. Said you start off in the main cockpit, which has a scanner showing you why are other objects that appear in your PP vicinity and icons which you click on to take you to other sections. These are the engine room, which can be damaged in battle and may need certain materials to GAN IV equals I while via UT be repaired. The laboratory, where you can combine raw elements to make new alloys, the production chamber, where ships are built, and the equipment room, fly which is just a hangar. You fit around section between these areas building and arming as. And, that's about it. And things get more arcadey when USS get outside the ship. The box describes these sequences as 3D action, but don't see KPIT get too excited. All it means is that you can move up, down, left, right, forwards and G backwards, which might sound great, but 2 because it requires both the keyboard and the joystick in conjunction.
Oh, fuck
You need
off.
3 in hands at least. You can use a mouse, but it's a lot less accurate. The graphics. The control interface isn't as horrendous as some, but has nothing special either. D aren't exactly stunning either, just pixel UT stars and featureless ships. The main fault with Exodus is that it's just too complicated, and too difficult, and not helped by the lack of a decent manual. Intuitive it ain't. It's all very plodding, and not helped by constant disk accessing.
So he like
And
spends
since
most
it
of the
doesn't
review
recognize a
bitching about
second
it
drive,
and then gives it
the
an
game
above
is a bit of a
average
nightmare unless you've
58%.
got a hard drive. It does have some attractive screens and the strategic elements. Deciding what to make with the materials at your disposal are mildly diverting. If you like devoting 2 hours a night for half a year to solving ... a game Exodus might appeal. Z copyright symbol Dave Golder 3 opposite certainly exerts something to get your teeth feet into the equivalent of a degree slab of toffee that's been in the 2 freezer for the last 6 months. Downers, you need 3 hands for the Arcade HD section. The learning curve too is more like a learning flight of very 5 steep steps, with the bottom one about 200 feet high. It's not, RES helped by the crap manual and tons, IE of disk accessing equals the bottom line. It tries hard, far too hard, G and ends up confusing, 5 difficult and slow. Only risk it if you have a hard drive. Equals Q.
Okay, yeah. So, looks like something I'm not particularly interested in, but if you're into these types of games, good news. There's like a million of them on Amiga. European Rampage. Oh boy. Wait. Actually, no, it's WWP. Oh no, WWF. Oh man, wrestling games were crap on console. I'd hate to see them on Amiga. What is this layout?
I and I humiliate while, in another part of town, for men with strange accents and even stranger costumes are discussing this evening's entertainment. The cast: Macho Man Randy Savage, Ultimate Warrior Hulk Hogan, Bret Hitman Hart, ACT. Pete Sai. Act. The Locker Room. 2:9 Randy, great build-up. Wasn't that a great build-up? Number 5 Hulk, yeah, Loved GL that digitized growl / Randy, me woe too. Man, Randy. Hulk, sorry, man. Randy, that's okay. We all look, uncannily similar.
What the fuck? What is he doing?
Bret, maybe it's because we're so Hulk. Who you calling small? Bret, no, but we are. We looked BS than this in Ocean's first wrestling Randy, and that's not saying much. Bret, anyway, let's get out there. W got some nasty boys to flatten. Hulk, work. Randy, way to go.
Is there a review in here
Ultimate,
somewhere?
feel the power of the Ultimate Warrior. ACT, the wrestling ring. Seen Bret, have we started yet? Oh yeah. Someone could have told me Randy, try your special move, Hulk Bret. The name's Bret, man. Randy, sorry, buddy. Do your special move. Bret, ain't got no special move. Right, a commentator in a blazer. Below, feel the power of the Ultimate Warrior. DIRESR.
This screams to me we didn't actually have time to play the game. You know what this is? This is like a high school student who has to do like a book report on something. And it's just like they didn't actually read the book, so they just like looked at the cover and was just like, okay, what can we infer from this?
Hulk, his energy's right down. Pin him to the floor and we've done it. Randy, okay. Yeah. Hulk, idiot.
It's an ad
Said
skit.
pin
Yeah,
him
pretty
down,
much.
and you stamped on him. And now he's gone and tripped you up. Randy,
For an
rich
ad
man,
for a game that's
tried,
apparently worth 18%.
but it ain't easy with these
so...
controls. Ultimate, feel the power of the Ultimate Warrior. Brett, we've lost again. One more go. Hulk, but that'll mean sitting through hours of disk accessing and swapping, even though we've got 2 disk drives, and stupid news reports. Randy, yeah. Count me out. Brett, me too, then.
Oh god, they're
Outside the
finally
locker
talking
room.
about the game.
Brett, 50 what you're telling me, in effect, is that the game consists of running around a ring trying to shake off your opponent for long enough to turn around
It's
and
a
punch
skit
him.
probably
Randy.
from an ad
That's right.
release from WWF.
Brett,
That's great.
And that if you punch him enough he'll
Hey, Renee.
fall over and you can start stamping on him. Randy, yeah. Brett, and that if you manage to get his energy down far enough, and then knock him down, you can then pin him for a count of 3 and you've won the match. Randy, that's right, buddy. Except the game never seems quite sure whether you want to stamp on your opponent or pin him, as the controls for both moves are the same. It's really frustrating. Brett, geez, that sucks. Hulk, how about that jumping off the post stuff, and all the different arm and headlocks? Randy, forget it, man. Punching and kicking's what this game's all about, Hulk. So once you've worked that much out,
It is interesting
it's really
to hear
easy to finish.
Lolly,
Doesn't
or
it get any
Shota,
tougher?
rather.
Randy,
No, I think it is
huh?
Lolly. Supposed to be
Only
Lolly.
in the sense that your opponent follows you round the ring more tightly, so you can't turn around to hit him. And that every time one of them goes off and lets his partner come on, he gets practically all his energy back, so you've got to start all over again. Ultimate, feel the power of the Ultimate Warrior. Randy, and although you're meant to be fighting in cities all over Europe, you actually just keep meeting the same 3 teams over and over again. Only somehow they've really got
Actually, this
better
game
since
does sound
last
like
time.
shit. I will play it, though.
Sorry, pal. WWF wrestling might
Mainly
be an
because
awesome
they
sport,
barely
but it ain't never
talk
gonna
about
work
it.
as a computer game. Copyright symbol Jonathan Davies.
What's Lolly the voice? Actually, no, it's not Lolly enough to be Lolly. This game actually does sound like total garbage, but I'll play it anyway, because, well, 1, I'm kind of interested in seeing what it's like, and 2, there's no fucking way it can be good.
The bottom line, Hulk beats WWF WrestleMania on glitz, but at least the first game had actual wrestling in. This is just a crap beat 'em up. Ultimate, feel the power of the Ultimate Warrior.
They don't even, like, have any positives for this. This game is just shit. Also, a reminder, when they say beat-em-ups, they mean fighting games. So and I think they actually call fighting games beat-em-ups. So, I think they actually call beat-em-ups fighting games. So, they just kind of swapped those terms around back in the day. WWF European. There's WrestleMania, this one. European Rampage Tour, yeah. Apparently we're going to have to do some disc swapping, so I'm not actually sure how much of this we're going to be seeing. I'm not even sure I have all the discs. Oh, Ocean's behind it? No wonder it's shit. Good noise.
Ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin.
Is this supposed to be I am a true American? I don't know if is this supposed to be Hulk's theme? No, I don't think so. I can be Randy Savage, Ultimate Warrior, Hulk Hogan, brother. And I guess 3 others that are unlockable. Oh, and what's this? Bret Hart. Let's be Randy Savage. Oh, it has their entrances. Oh, we can just hear all their entrances. Let's do that. Actually, let's hear Hulk's entrance. Oh, fuck, it just digitizes that! Oh, fuck, it's just digitized. Okay.
That's like an actual song. Oh, fuck, it has a plot.
London, TRE, London.
Alright. Wrestling game with 1 button, let's fucking go. Oh, what? Fuck, he already pinned me! Christ, okay. He already pinned me. Good game.
Okay, yeah, so it's already done. It does look impressive.
Plays like total shit. Okay, let's see if I can actually do a thing. No! Get the fuck up! Thank you. This game is dog shit. I think it is actually 1 button, too, so... You just gotta, like, do, like, some weird button combos. And maybe it'll land, maybe it won't. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it really is. I mean, this is a lot of wrestling games from back in the day, just kind of like mash buttons and pray that things happen. Yeah, I think 18% is about right for this game. Actually, 18% might be a bit generous. I think 18% might have been too generous. I would have said more 8%.
1, 2.
And then... What, does it just need to load? I guess? I don't know. I guess this is where you would swap the disc, maybe. Oh. There we go. That is the longest 3 count ever. 1, 2, 5 minutes later. 3. Well, that was fucking terrible. Let us never speak of it again. Waxworks? What's this?
What the fuck is this?
Not that I'm trying to sound tough or anything, but honestly don't believe I'll see the day when I'm frightened by a computer game. With the possible exception of the Med Conflict Bataset 3, scariness and computers simply don't go together, something think Horrorsoft are going to have to take on board at some point. I just don't want to be the one that tells them, that's all. To their credit, they've tried very hard indeed to make Waxworks frightening, sticking in lots of zombies, blood and horribly mutilated corpses, but the game's only ever really scary in a Hammer horror film sort of way, i.e. not actually all that scary.
Oh, this game might actually be
In
sick.
fact, the most frightening thing about Waxworks is that it comes on 10 deep discs. When FRST opened the box,
Comes on 10 discs. Shit. I think Rise of the Robots came on, like, something like that, too. I think it might have even come on, like, something like 16 discs on Amiga. You had to do a lot of disc swapping with Rise of the Robots. And it's a shame, because the game wasn't very good, so...
S was never anything. Wondered if maybe something had horribly wrong at the disc duplicate
The 3
factory.
count as a feature in wrestling games, depends how biased the ref is.
Just
Okay.
about feasible. The discs are organized sensibly so FF minimize swapping. The game ideally wants a hard drive if it's going to be enjoyed to the full. And, of course, it might be a bit more frightening if sudden encounter in dark tunnels
Keep in
with
mind,
horrific
10
monsters
discs, that's
weren't
only like
preceded by
11
seconds of disc
megabytes or so.
accessing.
Like 11,
Anyway,
12 megabytes.
monsters, tunnels, horribly mutilated corpses. I didn't quite make it to the end of novella type thing that vies for spat the box. I had to stop when Gottlieb said there were teeth marks bone. Human teeth marks. But that you're in a waxworks, trying to your twin brother who's been possessed by the devil. There are 4 horrific
Posse
EE which you can
possessed.
step into and spook DBY yourself transported to other world as the ancient Egypt X. Set where you're running around a mount of passages in a pyramid trying to soft evade the clutches of some Egyptian-looking baddies. Home there's the Victorian London Foot exhibit, where you tee you up to find you match the description of Jack the Ripper, and get chased round a maze of streets LLY by the police. There's the Way Cemetery, which is an Illinois maze of grays all patrolled by X0 ghosts and F/box zombies. And
What kind of discs did Amiga use? I think they used like 1.44 meg discs. I think they used... I don't know. You're gonna have to look that up, because I actually don't know for sure. They looked like PC. They looked like the same, like, kind of hard style, like, floppy disks, which were, I think, what, 3 1/4 inch, right? Right, because there was 3 1/4 inch, and then there was, like, 5... No, there was 5 1/4 inch, and... Was it 5 1/4 inch and 3 1/4 inch were the ones on PC? The hard ones. The hard ones. I think they look like that. I don't know if they are actually the same. I don't know if they were cross-compatible. If it was those small discs, it was just 1.44 megabytes. I think it was. I don't know if they were cross-compatible, though. I don't know if, like, they had, like, some sort of, like, extra compression layer or something that wouldn't be compatible with PC.
Plus Terrier, there's the mine, which is haunted
Or
by
vice
the
versa.
miners and the monsters that Kyle the and laid out in the form of tilde yes. And as you probably spotted the common theme there, mazes. I've hated mazes ever since got stuck in the one at Longleat for a whole afternoon. Although went back several years later, and several feet taller, so could see over the hedges, and took that sucker out. And the overriding feeling underscore when you're playing Warworks is one of wondering, and some 3D section, mazes getting chased by and hash monsters. Much like 3D Monster Maze on the ZX81, in AA got blast.
Oh, so it's like a 3D dungeon crawler. Like, yeah, 3D Monster Maze, which is like the initial, one of the very first 3D dungeon crawlers. On the ZX81, not even the ZX Spectrum, the 81.
JID fact, this was quite depressing, especially in the cemetery, which is only a maze because it won't let you walk through the huge gaps between gravestones. Luckily there's more to Waxworks than that, though. There's lots of picking up objects and hoping to find uses for them later to be done. And there's the rather less than successful fighting side of things, where you and your opponent jab hopefully at each other with weapons, with the one whose hit points run out first dying. The graphics are pretty good, one particularly like the Victorian London ones, and everything is generally slick and fuss-free. It's a bit sort of dungeon mastery in a way, only rather less action point and spell oriented. If you don't mind the heavy maze emphasis, you will, most likely, have to resort to pencil and squared paper in the end. You'll probably have a lot of fun with Waxworks. It's a big, absorbing game, and I've already allotted it its own extra large equals pigeonhole at the last resort. It's just 5, not very frightening, that's all. Oh no. Think I'm getting a cold. Jonathan Davies Idola.
Alright. Final thoughts, and then I want to play
Jonathan
this game. It actually
Davies
sounds like it might be
graphics,
interesting.
lots to do, and the idea of getting sucked into exhibits at a Waxworks is a neat one. Downers mazes are okay in moderation, but they shouldn't take over the whole game. And the fighting is a bit crap. FL the bottom line, it's definitely much better than was expecting. It did keep me 8 awake for a couple of 3-eye nights, but not by giving equals me nightmares. Equals.
Alright. And they gave it a 70%, so that's a fun game.
I want to play this. This actually sounds kind of fun. I wonder where it is.
Okay, Waxworks. Let's play. Accolade. The Bubsy people. Actually, I think I understand why there isn't disc swapping. It's because These are WHD files, so it's like a clone of a hard drive, essentially. Hmm. 3D. Ah, good face. Does the game start at some point? Oh, I'm controlling with the mouse. Okay. So actually, it is more like a point and click. Ah, there we go. Shit. Okay, so yeah, it's a point and click. Not really something I'm particularly interested in, but if you are, it looks like it's pretty fun. Anyway. We get Premier Manager. Oh, it's probably a football management sim. You're into those things. Ooh, mama. Amiga had way too goddamn many.
AA management simulations seem like a strange idea, don't they? If playing arcade soccer games is a sad alternative to playing the real thing, are management sims sad alternatives to playing the real thing? Mean, you don't even have to wiggle joysticks. The fact is that management games have a completely different appeal from soccer arcade games, and have more in common. Well, everyone's with God games. The satisfaction comes from manipulating parameters in the game world and watching the results. This can be enormously satisfying, as anyone who's played Populous 2 knows. The fact that it's set in a football environment gives it a different flavor, but that's the appeal. Premier Manager is the latest football management sim to tempt you to dip into your pocket, and let me say right now that it's a good one. Too often management games are overly complex, which although to add in realism, does take away from the enjoyment rather. While you're wading through screen after screen determining what shoelaces your team are going to wear during the match, you start to lose any interest in whether they're actually seed for PTRBEPT going to win it or not. Premier Manager avoids this by giving you the option to tweak parameters but still making it easy to get stuck into a few games and make a few changes on the way. You start the game as manager of a conference club and you have to get yourself into the position of manager in the Premier League. This could be by taking your team up the divisions, but it's more likely that you'll be offered jobs on other ~Wii teams if you impress with your ability as a tele-manager. You can play with up to 4 players at once, which is a nice idea in League theory but can't see it being the most riveting of multiplayer games. Nah, put ~be the kettle on, load it up and kiss your the social life goodbye it's the only way with ~going a game like this.
I'm reading Amiga
after
Power in
entering your name and
2025. You think I have a
choosing
social life?
club it to manage, from such glamorous luminaries PS Welling United or, a very Staleybridge Celtic, Ipirigal enjoyable a main screen. Here addictive you'll find 12 icons though which you click on gaming to get into various parts of the game and experience tweak things. The first icon takes you into the ground improvements and sponsors in screen, where you decide how much to spend on your pitch and stands, and what it de-sponsors you want for the boards around suck the ground. You can even be sponsored SOR by Amiga Power. Other screens you enable you to transfer
You can be
players
sponsored
and
by
buy out
Amiga
talent
Power.
from
That's
other
kinda
teams.
clever.
Look at the league at tables.
How do I get
rearrange your
sponsored
squad,
by Amiga
work on your
Power? Amiga
finances,
Power, if you're
look at
watching,
future
just
fixtures,
ignore all the
and
parts where I said your reviews were over-padded, ill-informed rubbish, or whatever I said. Oh god, I'm turning into a Brit. This magazine is infecting its Brit all over me. I hate it.
Affects Assassina occurs Vemencore und or Sampa PNB the honor. When conference results come up on the 5A telly, you make the T. Here they're essential. Leagues, and, wait for it, play a match. You decide what formation your team will be playing in and what kind of playing style they'll be adopting, and then you get it going. The match is played out for you in a small box in the corner of the screen, with indications of who has the ball and where it is on the field. The play is watchable and definitely adds something, but you can speed it all up if you just don't want to get straight to the results. You get results from all L and DLP as other teams progress. It all gets very exciting, especially when your team starts winning. There are plenty of BD management games out there, ranging from the tedious to the compulsive, and this one definitely falls into the latter category. It's not as complex as Graham Taylor's Soccer Challenge, but it doesn't suffer for that and certainly succeeds in giving a very enjoyable, and a somewhat addictive, gaming experience. If you fancy yourself as a bit of a Kenny IP Dalgish, this game's for you. You eat Tim Tucker all up as it's got enough in it to make for an interesting challenge, but not too much to bog you down. Genuinely exciting and certainly very playable. Downers same as game, it doesn't present an awful lot to look at, and if you're after the thrills and spills of football 3 you won't find them here. The bottom line, Premier Manager is an excellent example of the footy management genre. It's enjoyable, the stats and figures are there if you'll be hooked before you know it. A contender for best equals, Soccer Management Game 2 on the Amiga. Equals.
This may be the best soccer management sim on Amiga. Damn. Well, if you care about such things, good news. This is an 8 out of 10. Which, in my in my ranking would basically equate to a very fun, so... If you do not buy this game, you are stupid. Tearaway Thomas? I beg your pardon?
Release, out now in a you've heard it far too many times I'm sure, console-esque platform cutie, or something similar. But come on, this one's just asking for it. The manual gives you little clues like, the tearaway species resides on the planet La Sinos EHT Hector, a little left of Leader Star System Mega Driver. Add to this more anagrams like Dr. Oiram and his assistant Minetto and you can see that Tearaway Thomas is taking on the consoles that they're in game. Now Tearaway Thomas is a very cute creature, which is a good start for a console-type platform game. We've been discussing this in the office and trying to decide what kind of cute creature Thomas actually is. Jackie says a dog.
Oh yeah, that's true. I gotta say British more stupid. If you do not buy this game, you are stupid. Yes, it's harsh, but it's also true. Actually, I think that turned a bit Australian at the end, but oh well. Same difference. I'm sure I won't offend any Australians by saying that. Ha! They aren't fucking that shit.
Lie to you and Anarchy. This one's 10 or 1's Lisa says a penguin. Marker says a fly chipmunk. Mark W says a coyote and Tim and plonks for a fat kid in an ill-fitting full Batman suit. But he's cute, and that's the one important thing. Buy him as we all know. One of the most impressive things about Sonic is its speed, and Tearaway does for the Amiga what X Sonic did for the Mega Drive. Vice is so real scorchingly fast, hardly thought it out possible.
This is compared to
You use the
Sonic.
fire button to bounce Thomas around the platforms collecting gems, and you have to collect a certain number before you can leave the T level. All this must be done in a time of limit too, so the speed is not just a flashy as extra, it's an integral part of the game.
Oh no.
/I can
Oh no. It's a time limit. Never mind, I hate it. I'm gonna have to play this. If they're saying this is basically the Amiga's answer to Sonic, I mean, I kinda have to.
I'm gonna get you eventually. Everybody wanna not dildo down. I'll go straight to Sheena, and I'll be there. Yes, I will. This world is very difficult, but I've got nothing to lose now. There's no defeat.
By a mad scientist. Israeli SLTJ, it makes for a great gaming experience, because you're forced to really whiz round those platforms to get out at the end of it. Of course your WAM does not go unimpeded. There's SR, everything from bears and birds AA to penguins and ghosts course getting in your way.
Time
You
for
attempt
games
actually
disappearing
be for
fast.
0.1 powered by the hash beasties, but /J coming to contact equals, with them dazes you and holds you up for 2 seconds. This isn't what you want when time is of the essence, but you can avoid being stunned and get extra points by jumping on their heads. La Mario, Sonic, you lose a life if time is up and you haven't reached the end of the level. You get 3 lives, it's loads of fun. You may not be overcome with awe as you look at the screenshots on this. Odd H 27% F%11 repeat EY/page. And the graphics aren't utterly stupendous by any means, but they do the odd job and look all cute and cuddly. More importantly, the gameplay is wonderful unless you can get an 50 ton of speed. With 50 different levels in 5 different worlds plus special bonus rooms and levels, you certainly get a lot of it too. Perhaps the only major criticism is that the game plays pretty similarly all the way through. You don't actually get all that much variety. Still, if you enjoy what you get, it'll keep you going for months. Tim Tucker /uppers fast. Very fast. You won't find faster on the Amiga, that's for sure. It's also addictive and captivating, and cute in a not too sweet and sticky way. With 50 levels, it's big too. Is down as too much, the same makes it slightly monotonous. Perhaps some variation would have helped. The bottom line, one really liked this game. It's great fun to play, and while being nice to look at, doesn't induce a multicolored headache after 5 minutes. At £25.99 though, it really should have a bit more depth.
And a 79%. Again, I have no idea where they come up with these. I would have assumed 79% would basically be like the average of a couple reviews, but no, this, as far as I can tell, is just one person's opinion. Oh shit. Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. Keep in mind. Keep in mind. Sorry, I must turn off Artanelico. So we can play some Tearaway Thomas. Okay, Hot Jams. Oh, I thought this was going to be like a single screen sort of thing. No, this really is their take on Sonic. It kind of looked like a single screen thing, like from the screenshots, but no. Oh god, this is fast. Ah, so it solves the problem of the Amiga, most Amiga games only having one button by just having the button be jump. This game might actually be good. This reminds me of, what is that game? Jill of the Jungle or something? Oh shit. Ah, that's how you jump on enemies. It's a little bit iffy to, like, actually do that, but I imagine you could get used to it. And then this is, what, Azul-like, presumably, so you have to actually, like, get... Ah, or, no. $100 is impossible, 800 is full mark, 95 is full marks, 90 is high, 80 and above is average, 75 to 79 is low passing, 75 below is failure. This is... reminds you of Pirates of Darkwater. Yeah, I can see that. Well, that's the thing with Amiga Power, and that's ultimately the thing that pissed a lot of gaming journalists off, is that is not how they operated. They operated by basically... they used the entire scale. So, like, basically, like, a 50 and above is, like, above average. Average or above. So, if a game is, like, 50%, basically that equates to, like, right down the middle average. And then, like, 50 or below, or like 49 and below is like there's some sort of flaw to it that makes it not really recommended, is their mentality. And again, that pissed off a lot of companies at the time. As I said last week, they were threatened with multiple lawsuits, and ultimately there was an attempted lawsuit, but it was essentially thrown out of court because, well, I mean, it's their freedom of speech. They can say whatever they want about the game. And I don't... Oh. Ah. What? You can play it with a mouse? Why would you do that? Oh, shit. I see. Oh, because I fucked with the thing. That's why. Okay. Well. Well, anyway, that game actually looks pretty good. I might have to play more of it. It looks like it could be a collectathon, and I'm not really a fan of the time limit, but, you know. It's not bad. That looks like... What? Ah, this is just an ad, presumably. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, a set of round speakers. Okay, yeah, that was pretty bad. The arcade. What's this?
Robo, while the US Goldie programmers were working 37 hours a day trying to get Street Fighter Illinois out in time for the big Christmas rush. We were all reflecting here at Amiga Power on how long it was since there was a really major coin-op license aimed at the top of the charts. We couldn't actually remember, so we decided that the only way to work it out was to dig out every single coin-op conversion we could find and operate a process of elimination. We said, hey, while we're about it, why don't we compile a sort of AZ file of every Amiga arcade conversion ever, as a kind of gigantic buyer's guide come bottom line type of thing? Great idea, we said, why don't we do just that? 2 installments should pretty much cover it. Of course, we'd have to come up with some sort of special rating system, too. We could rate how good each game was in its own right in the arcades, say how well it had been converted, and then mark it on how good it was on the Amiga. This figure wouldn't, of course, necessarily be directly related to the other two, because of the wide variety of factors involved. After all, a game Illinois could be a poor conversion, equals but score well because the differences from the original F actually improved it as a game, while on the other hand, something that was technically PE well converted could still be equals crap on the Amiga, possibly because, say, the thing that tilde made it impressive in arcades was some amazing graphical feature that looks completely weedy and useless on a little monitor in your bedroom instead of a 26-inch screen in a dark and loud arcade. Or, the game could be a really terrible conversion which was totally different to the coin-op, but still a good game in a completely different way. That sounds like a job for Stuart Campbell, we said.
Okay. So, we're definitely not going to be playing all these games, but let's at least see what, I guess this is going to be like half of them. I guess they're going to spill the rest into the next issue. But, let's see what these are like. See, if you're doing something like this, it makes sense to have, like,
1943.
a sentence or
Kids,
two.
This is a great way to start an AZ, must say. Perhaps we should have just called it a 1Z and had done with it. Anyway, 1943 is a great example of just how badly arcade games can be converted. It doesn't look like the original, doesn't sound like the original, it doesn't play like the original, it doesn't feel like the original in any way whatsoever.
How do you fuck up
It
1943?
also displays screenshots on the box which distinctly imply that the conversion includes the Coinox 2-player simultaneous mode, which it doesn't, which is totally and utterly inexcusable, if not actually illegal. Really awful. Original Coinox rating, 7 closeness of conversion, 2 game rating, 1 end fighter you are none, the arcade game that appeared to have a masked for a heart. This is nonetheless quite fine, upper with some groovy touches to take you off the hunctabulous graphics. Original Coinox rating, 7 closeness of conversion, and 8 Amiga game rating, 6 Alien Storm, US Gold, RGSTSE long 1 equals prone sure LLLAMLE equals for 14 tel IRRSA, XAY2SSSZZ equals A, EE equals I, ET, FO VE ALU TY, Wallpump, a HEEL section, C equals SNEO equals SIF H, B equals HEEILEEIES BEERET equals CUM equals TAN MLSS equals SS, CESE, EEIE.
Anyway. I'm curious to see how you fuck up 1943.
Die.
I might already have to see how that works. Thankfully, it's right near the beginning, so we can see firsthand how you fuck up 1943 quite quickly. Music is okay. What? Hello? Can I start game? Oh! But you have to play with a mouse? Oh, shit. Hang on. Let me restart. I think you actually don't need to play with a mouse. Yeah, decent rendition. Here we go. Oh, the fire rate is really slow. Oh yeah, this is not great. You know what I think? I think this might be like a Commodore... What I think this might be is a Commodore 64 game that was upgraded to the Amiga. That happened sometimes when developers were particularly lazy. They would just, like, re-release the Commodore 64 game on Amiga.
And this looks kind of like an 8-bit game. And the music sounds very Commodore 64, so... I need a power-up to start shooting fast? I don't think so. Not on, like, the NES one. Unless the arcade is different. I'm more used to the NES one, I must say. Like, you can shoot faster than this in the NES one. Maybe I'm wrong. Also, I'm pretty sure you have, like, a screen clear ability that's just entirely... Well, I say entirely absent on the Amiga. It could just be, like, mapped to something on the keyboard. Hey, DJ Ronnie. Oh, I'm shooting a little bit faster, maybe? I don't know. No, it's just... Yeah, this game is just ass. I wouldn't say 1943 is, like, my favorite on the NES either, but... I'd rather play that than this.
Yeah. Your grandpa built a model of that plane out of bullet casings. That's pretty badass. Alright, so... Altered Beast. Well, this is like half the review of Altered Beast.
One of the all-time classic arcade games, if not the greatest arcade game ever, brought absolutely flawlessly
Nobody
to
has
the
said that
Amiga.
about Altered Beast. Nobody
Turn
but
the
you.
lights off, get your fingers on the keyboard, and imagine it's 1979 again. Utterly, utterly gorgeous. There's nothing else to be said on the matter. Original coin operating, 10 closeness of conversion, 10 Amiga game rating, 10.
Oh wow, this is nice. Atomic Robo Kid is actually a pretty good game. I'm curious, how does the Amiga handle that?
Atomic Robo Kid, Activision. It's hard to put your finger on exactly why some coin-op conversions end up looking so shabby and arcade-like, but, well, they just do. This is one of them. Original coin operating, 5 closeness of conversion, 5 Amiga game rating, 3.
So it's basically a not very good arcade game that got a not very good Amiga port. I understand. I like Atomic Robo Kid, but I guess he doesn't. Badlands? I don't even know if I know that one. No, that's that's a Capcom? Was Badlands like a Capcom machine?
SLEDR0 Sierra Leone and Leone's T Badlands, Domark, FJ Super Sprint was all very well and good, but Super Zero Road Racer raised the stakes in the overhead by W-San genre, and this was a bit of a backward step. The little Amiga screen can't quite carry off the dramatic effect of the homing missiles and stuff, either. A decent job, but stick with Super Off-Road. Original coin operating, 7 closeness of conversion, 8 Amiga game rating,
You prefer My Life
5.
as a Teenage Robot, yeah. Actually, maybe we don't need to read all of these, because, well, there's gonna be a lot, literally half of the arcade games on Amiga, so... Beastbusters... Oh, well, let's just read the... I think it has, like, the review on here, and then we can see the rest on the other page. Let's just read this.
Beastbusters, Activision, in the arcades. This was a gloriously big and butch zombie slaughtering epic, but on the Amiga the graphics are a trifle sad and timid by comparison. And in common with most Wolf-type games, it's not really the same when you're not leaning into a big steel machine gun pointed threateningly at the screen.
I think I've heard of Beastbusters, but I don't remember that. Alright. Elle's showing me what My Life as a Teenage Robot is. I think I've heard of this, but I don't remember what it is.
I didn't see you. Oh, hi Sheldon. I didn't see you. Guess I'm too preoccupied trying to figure out how to build it. Sheldon, you build all sorts of gadgets and stuff, right? A smart guy like you? So good with his hands? Building a set of robots.
Why is it drawn
would be a
like
cinch
this?
For you.
Like, the sad part is
Screen.
I would say I can draw better than this, but honestly I don't think so. I don't think I could draw better than that. And that's quite sad. It's a sad state of affairs, really. Okay, so the original arcade is an 8. Closeness to conversion is 5. Overall rating is a 5. Understood. Big Run? I don't think I've ever heard of this. Oh, this one is shit, apparently. Why are they giving this one a 1?
Big Run, Storm,
Oh,
bit of an
Powerpuff
average
Girls
driving
style?
game,
Oh, that makes
lifted
sense.
a little bit out of the mire by some interesting scenery, but the Amiga version bore no relation whatsoever to the real thing except in having the same car graphics. A really dire conversion, and a pitiful game in its own right into the bargain. Original coin-op rating, 6 closeness of
Bionic
conversion,
Commando.
1 Amiga game rating, 1.
Graphics look good in Bionic Commando. How is the game? 7, 4, and 1. Oh, shit. Yeah, I could see, like, Bionic Commando not exactly controlling the best on Amiga. Again, many games at that time only used one button.
The RPTCHRIYNTEOSG. The arcade game was quite novel and fun, but the conversion was spectacularly inept to the point of total unplayability. Not so much a commando as a Cub Scout. Original coin-op rating.
I mean, it looks good. I can imagine it not playing particularly well. Black Tiger. I know of that game. It's Capcom game, isn't it? Seems like this is fairly similar to the arcade in that it's extremely mid. I believe that. Bonanza Brothers. Well, I'm not really a fan of Bonanza Brothers anyway. Seems like this isn't too bad of a port. Bamble, bamble. From what I remember, the Amiga port of Bubble Bobble is actually really good. They're kind of selling this one a bit short. Oh, no, actually, no. They gave it an 8 out of 10. That's not too bad. There's a phone port. Wait, hang on. It reminds you of a PS3 game of that title. There's a phone port. It's free and it's bad. What? What? Which one? Oh, are you talking about Life of Black Tiger? Yeah. AVGN did a review of that one. It is really bad. It's a modern game, and even AVGN covered it. That must mean it's quite bad. Either that or he's just run out of retro games. Probably somewhere between the two. Cabal. Okay, straight 8. Cabal I could see working pretty well. Cabal being... I believe Cabal is like a rail shooter that would usually use an arcade game. That would usually use like a light gun. I could see Cabal working really well with like an Amiga and a mouse. Chase HQ. Was this the one where like Chase HQ was like notoriously really bad? I think it was. Yes, okay. Yeah, this one is like infamously bad, Chase HQ. And interestingly, not the worst one we've seen so far. This is a 3 in closeness to closeness of conversion, and the overall game is a 2. So it's... I actually have tried it on phone, but I didn't get very far. But yeah, I've seen it. It looks real rough. It is entirely... yeah. Cisco Heat. I'm not sure... Cisco Heat. I forget. I think I've seen this one before. Closeness to arcade is 3, but it's still... So it's not very close to the arcade, but it still gets a 6 anyway, because... I don't know. I guess it does its own thing decently enough. Looks 3D. Which one? Are you talking about Chase HQ or Cisco Heat? I forget what Cisco Heat was. I know it's a racing game. I forget how the original arcade looked. Commando. The Commodore 64 Commando was pretty good. Let's see, is this one? Yes, actually. It's very close to the arcade. A 9 out of 10 in that regard, and the overall rating is a 7. Oh, Chase HQ. You know what? Fuck it. Let's play Chase HQ. Because if I recall, this is a pretty dire port. Granted, if it's kind of trying to be 3D, then yeah, I can see that not working well on Amiga. Again, just a reminder, the Amiga, I would say, is somewhere between, like... War has never been so much fun! Chaos. Let me see. I still... Oh, I'm on CD 32, that's why. Chicago 90, what was that? Oh yeah, Chase HQ. Is it more dire 52? Because it's more dire than dire 51. I agree. Oh, okay, this is not the one I was thinking of. I was thinking of the Outrun port. Once we get to that, that's going to be real bad. Ah, okay. Couldn't you shoot in this game? Oh, no, wait, no, you can't. You just press the space button.
Outstanding.
Yeah, this actually isn't too bad. Yeah, this isn't too bad, actually. It's difficult to control, but to be fair, so is the arcade one. I don't know. I think they might just not know what they're talking about. Who would have thought? Well, I can't play the game to save my life, but it seems fine. Yeah, I'm thinking of Outrun. Outrun is a particularly bad port. Commando, yeah, I can believe Commando's a good port. It was good on C64. Also has some really good music. What the hell is Continental Circus? I'm interested in what this is, because I've never even heard of this arcade game. Crackdown. I'm not really a fan of Crackdown.
PEKated Taurus SMRTTSVXILMN doesn't half miss the wacky 3D goggles that make the coin-op version give the impression of bits of wreckage flying straight out of the screen if you really crash, but otherwise a solid conversion of a really simple but fun arcade racing game.
Ah, so it's a
It doesn't
racing
look
game,
like
yeah.
much, but
I
it's
could've
plenty entertaining.
Worked that out. from
Original
the
coin-op
screenshot, I
rating,
guess.
7 closeness of conversion, 8 Amiga game rating, 3.
Crackdown 8, 9, and 7. So actually seems like a pretty decent port of Crackdown. Then again, I'm not really inclined to believe anything these people say anymore. Cyberball? I'm not really sure I know that one too well. 5, 7, and a 4. So it's a decent conversion of a really mid arcade game, it sounds like. Defender, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way they can screw up the... They have, apparently. How do you fuck up Defender on the Amiga?
Defender, Arc, Jeff Minter, eh? Don't you just backslash a WEMM2, VE, bag, but only when he keeps his club, tease. One bite most beautiful and legendary Erteglaken, arcade. Given the Convergio Ion, old Jay decided instead to try out a Accent Arsenal on gameplay, resulting in a mouse control, ridiculous hyperspace in keyboard mode. A tip the feel of Williams' lovely game at Ali. Something of a tragedy, really. Original coin-op rating, 10 closeness of conversion.
Oh, so it,
5
because
Amiga
it's
game
controlled
rating,
with mouse.
4.
Actually, that doesn't sound like too bad of an idea, controlling Defender with a mouse. Would probably help with accuracy. That seems like it's the most... That seems like it's probably the biggest complaint they have, so fair. Double Dragon is this the one that I'm thinking of? No, I'm thinking of the Commodore Double Dragon, where it was so bad that they literally had to apologize for how bad it was. Like yeah, or no, it was the CPC version, the Amstrad CPC version. So there's a really cool story about Double Dragon on the Amstrad CPC, literally made by like some people who were just kind of fresh out of college and didn't really know how to program games, or actually maybe fresh out of high school and didn't really know how to program games. And they released that. They released that on the Amstrad GX4000, which was a very poorly received consoleized version of the Amstrad CPC. It is one of the worst selling consoles of all time. And and the port of Double Dragon was so bad that they initially took it off the market, but then put it back on the market with a notice apologizing for how bad the game was. And this was all for a console that nobody wanted anyway. It's just... Ocean did a lot of stupid stuff in the 90s. Alright, bye, Arus. LCX beat you. LCX beat Arus to the second copy pasta. Good work, L. Anyway, how's this version of Double Dragon? Wait. So the original arcade is a 6, conversion is a 6, and the overall game is a 3? Unbelievably low difficulty. Yeah. There were a lot of bad versions of Double Dragon, so I guess, yeah. Double Dragon on one button, I'm not entirely sure how crazy I am about that idea either. Apparently Double Dragon 2 did a bit better, though. What about Double Dragon 3? The original arcade is a 5, accuracy is a 5, and the overall game is a 3. Well, sounds better than the, sounds better than the, sounds about right than the, with the NES version. Except EGM was fawning all over that one for some stupid reason, so... Dragon Breed? Never heard of that. Are we breeding dragons now? Is this Monster Hunter? Okay, well this actually seems like a fairly decent game. Dragon Ninja? I don't know what that is, but... Oh, wow, this... So the original arcade game is crap and the Amiga game is somehow worse. That's cool. Dragon Spirit? I didn't know we got a port of that.
Dragon Breed, Activision, looks a lot blockier and cruder than the lush and dramatic coin-op, and the gameplay has been simplified a quite a bit 0-0, but the core of it's the same and it's a pretty respectable blast. Original coin-op rating, 8 closeness of conversion, 5 Amiga game rating, 7 Dragon Ninja, the hit squad, looks very like the real thing, but a seriously awful control mechanism makes it almost completely unplayable. Luckily, the real thing was a useless walk-along beat-em-up. So you're not missing out on anything good anyway.
Okay.
Original coin-op rating, 3 closeness of conversion,
Dragon
7
Spirit
Amiga game rating, 2J.
is a 3, closeness is a 5, and the Amiga version is a 2. Dynamite Ducks... Seven, 9, and a 7. Okay, that's not too bad. Oh, Dynamite Ducks is an interesting one because, well, there's like a hidden Easter egg that like makes everything a lot dirtier. And it took, and that's not like super impressive. What is super impressive is they hit it so well that it literally took 30 years to find the Easter egg.
Amiga game rating, Toga Dynasty Wars, US Gold, another case of, never mind the game, let's buy out the license. More arcade graphics fail to impress on the small screen, more wafer-thin gameplay turns the punters off by the 1,000. Tedious and horrible. 5 original coin-op rating, 4 closeness of conversion, 5 Amiga game rating, 2 tilde escape F, Planet 80 Monster 7. The hit SQ equals yet another trip to weedy graphics where the least inchgazature of this corking, Robotron meets Gauntiet comedy shoots them up. And everything else was perfectly. A fix of fun underscore asterisk
Oh,
the tool.
yeah, the Amiga port of
/7
E-SWAT is
original
infamous.
coin-op rating, 8 closeness of conversion, 9 Amiga game rating, 8 JE SWAT, ticks, previously the subject of the sadly missed oh dear column. This is the kind of thing that gives coin-op conversions a bad name. Unbelievable.
Actually, yeah, let's just read it ourselves. Okay, escape from Planet of the Robot Monsters. I've never heard of that. 8, 9, and 8. This one's apparently really good. E-SWAT gets a 7, 2. The original arcade is 7, the conversion is 2, and the overall game is a 2. Yeah, this one is pretty infamous for like how bad it controls. I've seen this one. European Championship racing, presumably. Six, 6, and 5. Okay, so pretty mid. Everything is pretty mid anyway. European football champion. Oh, European football champ. Yeah, the game looks okay from that screenshot. Seven, 7, and 6. Okay, so a little above average. Fighting soccer. I don't think we should be fighting soccer. Less fighting soccer. Planet of the Robot Monsters is what people imagine ChatGPT to be. You're not wrong. So, it's close to the arcade, but plays like shit, apparently. Well, actually, no, it looks like the original arcade isn't very good, is what they are saying. Final Blow. Never heard of that, but... Oh, it's, is it a boxing game, it looks like? Original arcade is a 3, and it's a pretty decent conversion, but it's not great. Hey, Kayla Boo. How you doing? Really? People thought the port of Final Fight was an 8? The port of Final Fight is kind of infamous nowadays. But, I don't know, I haven't really played it. Honestly, I think Final Fight is... You know what? Nah, let me play the port of Final Fight. I'll make my own decisions, damn it! Welcome back, Harumim. Flip-flop. I wondered... Okay, no. I was wondering if it had a flip pole. Sadly, no. There's a version of Flink? Flintstones! Actually, no, I did play that. Well, that's the Final Blow game. It's the final countdown! Okay. The person who converted it is pretty decent. The most interesting thing about this port of Final Fight is there's a way, I forget how you do it, but there's a way to like have like this programmer, I think it was like the infinite life cheat makes you go through this entirely mega long like programmer diatribe about like some person who was Am I in control of this? I kind of can't tell if I'm like actually controlling this. Okay, I think I am. Okay, yeah, I am. Okay, so it's... Oh, this is bad. First of all, there's no music. That wasn't uncommon for Amiga games, but... This game should not have been made for one-button controllers. There's so much wrong with this. The original arcade hasn't exactly aged the best, but this is... It looks good. Try playing it, though. It is not fun to play. Final fight. Final fucking shit. It is not... It was not auto-playing. I was playing it. Anyway, we got Forgotten Worlds. Never heard of that. I guess the Amiga game is pretty mid. The arcade game is slightly above average. Flying Shark! Finally. Arcade game is pretty good. Okay, so everything is pretty good. Galaxy Force 2. 7. Okay, so this one is just apparently total shit. Why? Gauntlet 2 for Amiga. I could see that being pretty good. We'll see, though.
Galaxy Force, Activision, bringing this technically SDNAMIV graphic co-op onto the Amiga was a hugely job, and Activision failed miserably. The GR, horrible 3D WA, extremely rudimentary, all lone. Pop gameplay was hence sharp really a higher 208. EY?
Okay. So it was just like one of those things that was just like way too ambitious for the Amiga to handle. I understand. Gauntlet 2, how does this work? 7, closeness to the arcade. 9, overall rating as a 7. Okay, so it's probably a pretty decent port of, Gauntlet. I like Gauntlet, so I would probably like that port. Ghouls? Oh, Ghosts and Goblins. Original is a 7, closeness is a 9, overall is a 7. Alright. How about Ghouls and Ghosts? 7, 7, 6. So it's not quite as good, but still pretty decent. G-Lock. Oh, I think I've seen this before. Oh, this seems like it's probably real ambitious. Literal. Okay, best review. Look at that. It's just a screenshot, and the entire review is, oh dear. 4, 3, and a 1. Oh, we gotta play that. We gotta play that to see how bad it is. If you can just write a review that's oh dear, then... Can you be sure you were playing... What? You were playing it or not when the game can just play itself whenever you press a button or no? There you go. G-Lock, probably this one, I guess. R360. Exactly, oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear, how lewd. Alright. Oh no. Okay, this is actually kind of impressive looking. It's just... Oh, I've never played the arcade version of this. This actually looks not too bad. Graphics are kind of minimalist, but it runs alright. I do kind of wonder if the Amiga that I have might be a bit overclocked. Because like, a lot of times, I will see them complaining about performance issues that I'm not really experiencing. I do kind of wonder if my emulator might be overclocked a bit. It's like Afterburner. I would say, yeah, but like a bit more impressive. Also runs a lot better than most ports of Afterburner would. This is actually kind of cool. It's like Star Fox before Star Fox. It kind of has like that same sort of graphical style. Fire! 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 No, this is not too bad. Or Amiga... Makes Amiga magazine. Doesn't have hardware to run the games properly. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's like, did hardware exist to run the games properly though? I don't know. You're supposed to lock on before firing missiles. I don't know how to fire missiles though. I'm just shooting my machine gun. Cause like there's only one button that it uses. I guess, okay, I guess that's what it is. It's like you're locking on and then it auto adjusts to missiles, is my guess as to how that's supposed to work. It's a bit clunky, but definitely not a 1 out of 10. The fact that it runs as well as it does. I guess they're just saying the original art. I guess it could also just be like the original arcade they didn't really like. Actually, I'm looking at the screenshot. That looks like a totally different game than what I was playing. The game I was playing was like this kind of low poly 3D sort of thing. This looks a lot more like Afterburner. Golden Axe. The Commodore 64 version was pretty good. How is it on Amiga? Five, close to it, but it's a 3. Okay. So I guess they didn't really care for it. Hard drive. Oh no, there's no fucking way. So the original is an 8, its closeness is a 6, and the overall game is a 4. That's way... Okay, I gotta see this. Because 4 out of 10 sounds like it would be, like, the best Amiga could possibly do. 4 out of 10 sounds surprisingly high. I would expect this to be, like, a 0 out of 10. Alright, how does Amiga run hard driving? There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. They did it. They got hard driving to run smoothly on an Amiga. The Genesis couldn't even do that. Oh, you use it with the mouse. That's
outstanding.
That's a little bit clunky, but... Well, so you have to control it with the mouse, which is a little bit clunky, but otherwise it runs surprisingly really well on Amiga. Yeah, I'm driving off the road because you have to... Yeah, it runs great. It does. Runs better than the Genesis one, for sure. one of dear old Stuart N's letters. Yes. I like Hydra, so I'm guessing I would probably enjoy this version since it seems relatively faithful. I really liked it on the Lynx. Truck Madness. Oh, wait. In Monster Truck Madness, you can explore the entire level off-road. Night, Renee. Plaques. Well, what's Indie Heat? 6, a 9, and a 6. Okay, so it's a pretty good port of a mid-game. Clax. The game is a 9, 9, 9. Okay. I can imagine... I can't see a world where the Amiga can really fuck up Plaques. Last Duel. Never heard of that. It is... What is this? I don't know. The game is mid, and so is the Amiga, I guess. LED Storm. .565, so it's a decent port of a mid game. Line of Fire. 8, 5, and a 5. Okay, so it's a not. So it's an average port of a pretty good game, according to them. I've never heard of a lot of these. I've never heard of a lot of these arcade games. Mercs? I think I've heard of that, but I don't know what it is. 7, 7, and 6. Midnight Resistance. I think I've heard of that one. Monster Truck Madness is Windows 9X. Okay. Uh, 7, 8, and 8. Oh, so that's a pretty good port. Mr. Do Run Run. So not even like the original Mr. Do, but Do Run Run. And then next month will be the N to Z bits. Okay. So it's a pretty much perfect conversion of Mr. Do Run Run. Understood. Mercs is Pew Pew? Okay. Okay, so it's a pretty average version of that. Alright, so you can read the rest of that if you want in the following issue, which was issue 23. Shiralia is Best Grill. Is that someone from Mercs, I guess? What's this? Mega Mix. Oh, are these budget games? I see. Oh, Shiralia from Artanoico, yeah.
Publisher, Cyanosis High Price, £29.99 at release. Out now legal as a compilation PLA featuring 3 Fantasy AU games from Cyanosis. Right, there's a common theme in the sense that they're all designed to age you look like the cover of a triple live hit concept album from the mid-70s, left, but we mustn't hold that against them. The games are Agony, Leander, and Elzork, all of which have been out for less within a year and were £24.99 each originally, so it looks like a real bargain. But what other games pick themselves like? THA for Agony has been described in Norman Office as R-type with owls. It's a horizontally scrolling shoot 'em up where you control a less than mystical free owl. It looks beautiful to the extent that you could be forgiven for thinking copyright symbol you're playing a CDTV game. But as we all know, great graphics do not a great game make, so does it play well? 100. It's not bad, that's for sure. There's a wonderfully peaceful and why copyright symbol mellow feel about it, mainly because of the graphics and animation. However, map. To complete a level you have to dip into the odd nook and cranny to find your object, so there's some variety, and a lot of levels to get through too. Original review, 83%, which is maybe a bit high now. We've seen some stonking platform games in recent months, but a good game still, no doubt about it. And finally Orc, which, looks lovely and has a heavily made.
These are supposed to be the budget games, and this is barely cheaper than
this
like
the
mainstream games.
Bundle. There's very impressive 3-layer parallax scrolling to it, and the usual professional Cyanosis feel, but it's just dull in the gameplay area, and there's no compulsion to play that thing. It's a platform game, and your character is indescribably ugly and hops about in an irritating way. And if you can't relate to your character, how are you gonna get into it? The action, if that's what you want to call it, involves finding and picking up a key or a series of objects to enable you to get out and onto the next level. It's got some nice ideas, like the computer terminals that you find around, which give you helpful advice such as identifying an object you've picked up and how your health level's doing, but it never gets to be a great game. Stick by our original review, 66%. So you get 2 good to very good games and 1 slightly above average for 30 quid. It's got to be worth it, hasn't it?
Oh, because it's
I'm
three
not a
different
big
games.
fan of these type of games, and to me the graphics don't necessarily add to the enjoyment, mainly because they look S0 horribly 70s. But that's my problem, not the games, so I have to say it's well worth the money and should provide you with much entertainment and be done with it. Copyright symbol Tim Tucker. The
So you're
bottom line,
basically
these games
actually
are very
getting,
professionally
like,
done, with all sorts of
3
breathtaking
games,
visuals
£10
and
each.
animation
That's
to
not
make
too
you
bad.
gasp all the way through. Apart from all, they're good games too, and seeing as they've all been out at full price for less than a year, you're looking at a good value package. They all have a, broadly, similar theme to them, so if you equals like one, you'll probably 1 equals get into the others too. Equals.
Okay. What's Dalek's attack? Something spilled over from the other, into the other page, presumably?
Publisher, Admiral Software price, £15 release, out now. Oh dear. It's a Doctor Who game. Doctor Who is one of those programs, like Blake 7, that seemed so great at the time, and you look back on with fondness and say things like, of course it's not as good as it used to be, and preferred Patrick Troughton, John Pertwee, Tom Baker as the Doctor, until you see an old rerun and realise it was always crap. Which is something it shares with this game. The plot is standard Doctor Who fare, with some wibble about Daleks taking over the universe while Davros cackles
Doctor
manically
Who.
in the background like the mad person you always manage to bump into on your way to the newsagents. Somehow the Time Lords get involved equals E3 go guy. Equals I, BFJ equals E1060 in backslash BEO0RO. Now when was young, you'd never have caught the Doctor flying about
Anyone
the place.
have any strong Doctor Who
And the
opinions?
Doctor
What's that?
has to
None of
save
you?
the
Okay.
universe and everything before you play the game. You can choose your Doctor from an array of 3. There's the one with the silly hat and the scarf, the one with the silly coat and stupid bow tie, and, somebody else dressed in incredibly ill-fitting clothes and looking like the last person on Earth to be in any way even remotely capable of saving the universe from a race of totally insane and heavily armed robots. Then comes the shock when the game loads, because you're controlling our dock on some sort of high-tech
think
floating
Guru
platform,
Larry did a
massacring
review of
everything
this
in
game.
sight
It
with a
looked
powerful
okay.
laser and chucking grenades, smart bombs, and all manner of death-dealing heavy weaponry at the enemy. This hardly captures the atmosphere of Doctor Who, and in my day he'd take the lot on with only a Sonic. Screwdriver and a clapped-out old car called Bessie. The game itself is very poor. It's a horizontally scrolling shoot-'em-up and each scrolling is jerky, the graphics are uninspired and the gameplay is simply tedious. Now if you're one of those people who's got all the videos, models, and paperback books, then you're going to be buying this anyway, aren't you? How sad for anyone who's after a good game though, don't bother. Copyright symbol Tim Tucker. The bottom line, it's got hardly anything going for it, I'm afraid. The scrolling is so bad it gave me a headache. There's no excitement whatsoever. It doesn't give you the flavor of Doctor Who at all, and it still doesn't explain how the Daleks are so powerful when they can't even get up a flight of stairs. Find a better equals way of spending your 28 equals 15 quid. Equals.
Okay. 28%. Pipe Mania. This is an arcade game, right?
Publisher, Touchdown. Price, £9.99 release. Out now. This is one of those puzzle games that you either love or hate, depending which side of the great graphics versus playability debate you're on. Pipe Mania's gold flat, 2D graphics and is pretty dull to look at, but there again, so's Tetris, and look at what a classic that is. Except on the Amiga. Ed, the idea is simple too. You've got a 10x7 grid, somewhere on which is a start point. Down one side of the screen are various sections of pipe, bends, crossovers, and that sort of thing, and you've got a few seconds to form them into a pipeline before the fuse starts flowing. Quite what this is never revealed, but suffice to know that if it doesn't flow through a
Oh, I
set
played a
number of
game like
pipes
this on the
before
Commodore
reaching the end,
64.
then it's game over time. As the levels progress, you get less time before the GIF gets running, obstacles that block up squares on the grid, and one-way pipes to give you all manner of problems.
You don't
This
understand
all
how
adds up
Simon
to-
Belmont is so powerful when he can't even jump on and off a flight of stairs. I mean, can you jump on and off a flight of stairs? I mean, you can. It's just like, you probably shouldn't. I guess depending on how steep the stairs are, but... Like in real life, that would probably hurt you.
Refinements as opposed to new 7 game options, one which puts an odd lot of strain on the VIM game idea
I
since
think you're gonna hurt
if you
yourself if
Sotopiate
those
all the
stairs
same
are,
game,
like,
time
particularly
into
high.
time. It's a good idea, Thosh. Anatiera, W2 goes when you, L, shove it be getting, W bored, you find that, you've improved. Enough to get that one little bit further. Even if you should. As Tyre, then there's always the two-player U mode. I'd have guessed that THSS would be two opposing pipelines in awful competing for space, but actually you work on together and score points for how many event your sections the fuse runs through. It's play straightforward stuff, but I still got a me good few miles
You
of
just
where
need to
and
watch
any
the
mark
landing.
wins start
Yeah,
the idea
true.
after at the bottom line year new year, honest fun. It may still
Depends
run
how
in
much
that.
control you have over that.
A equals at that mu H and D equals at and J equals Shidori.
Mania sounds pretty good. Actually, oh, I know what this is. This is like those sliding pipe games, those sliding pipe puzzles. I think you can get like physical ones of those.
Behold, Grao, I, W Anna, Bal, BLA Myra 3255, Non-Chrome the 5th of May 1037 Junior THH 34 CHT, T, TARTSSS to, Refinements STLR, BN 0 said to
What is
new.
it doing? Oh, I guess it just can't read that. I don't know. Let me try zooming in, if that helps. No.
3.
I guess I can't read that. Well, Flight of the Intruder gets 75%. I know of that game. It's on NES. I don't think I've ever played it, though. RoboCop 2. On NES, this one was particularly bad. But, how was it on Amiga? RoboCop 3 was really impressive on Amiga. It was like a full 3D thing.
TI, Publisher, The Hit Squad Price, £7.99 release. Out now. There's a certain inevitability to some game tie-ins with certain films. While no one was holding their breath to see if an Amiga version of Driving Miss Daisy was coming out, it was always on the cards that the RoboCop films would have computer equivalents. There's a good reason for this, whereas all that happens in DMD is that they grow old and die. Practically all RoboCop ever does is fill hordes of street scum full of holes, and...
I don't know if the game's good, but I can tell you for sure, RoboCop 2 the movie is fan-fucking-tastic.
That's the very essence of most games. RoboCop 2 strikes me as being eerily similar to the RoboCop arcade game, in that it's a horizontally scrolling platform affair with plenty of potential for an obscenely high body count. The main man looks and moves like his film incarnation. Any SGNAE with SIE equals copyright symbol equals BIS2OSEA SISALAX to protect himself from attack. Bill did his famous impression of a Hindu god, walking in that same peculiar stiff-legged gait that owes as much to the Tin Man from Owls as it does to all of that body armor. RoboCop, or Rob as Illinois call him from now on, we're that close,
Rob.
is after the killer drug nuke, but his progress is hindered by all manner of bad guys armed with the kind of weaponry you only ever see in documentaries about Los Angeles kindergartens. The baddies come thick and fast, and have a certain degree of intelligence in that they'll fire up or down at you if you pass near.
Not much has changed about Los
Obviously,
Angeles.
they're not that clever, or they'd have run as soon as they heard the phrase, "Come quietly" or TRBV or SLANSAA. There will be trouble. A few shots from Rob take out most people, who detonate in an impressive fireball, which is unexpected maybe, but lots of fun. There's a small element of that, protecting the innocent, garbage, but also no one to tell you off if you do kill them, and besides,
Protecting the
what were
innocent
they doing
garbage.
hanging around with such slime anyway? Guns, death, destruction, mayhem, all packaged up with platforms and a filthy theme. Neat stuff, but it's not chess, is it? Mark Winstanley, the bottom line, JL thoroughly entertaining, but mindless, platform blaster. It's no BL better or worse than numerous BL others, but the price makes this one a tasty option for that spot of indiscriminate slaughter too that everyone dabbles in. 66 occasionally. Equals.
So yeah, 66%. Smash TV, how... Well, I can already see how Amiga handles Smash TV apparently fairly well.
Publisher, Ocean price, £7.99 release. Out now. One you wanted to put forward a case for
Smash
excessive
TV on
violence
Amiga
in
for
games.
£7.99?
Smash
I'd
TV
pay that today.
would be your man. It's quite simply the most brutal and sadistic game you're likely to come across. The plot, revolves PYTers SCNTLS SR.
How would Smash TV work? Well, I guess I know how Smash TV works without dual sticks, which is kind of not ideally, but...
Around the old sci-fi chestnut is about a game show in the future where you have to navigate your way around 3 huge gaming arenas while being attacked on all D sides by everything the game can throw at you. It starts with you in a room with hordes of emotionally disturbed thugs wielding monstro baseball bats, and you cobras proceed to tear them to shreds with a gun. Get the picture? Smash TV started life as an arcade game. You can play this version with 1 or 2 joysticks, by far the best method being the latter as it enables you to use one
Oh,
joystick
you can use
to
2
move around and the off to
joysticks.
direct
Oh,
your
that would...
fire. So if you want to play proper 2-player game you need a joystick adapter and 4 of the things.
Oh, and you could
One
do that
control
too.
system does let the game down
Okay,
touch,
so in that
but it
case,
works
yeah, that
well
works out
enough
pretty
if you
well.
STI 2 joysticks firmly down to your desk. Is an incredibly exciting game once you get used to it. It's mayhem all the way. Said you can pick up more powerful weapons which get progressively more ingenious the cruelty they inflict on your attackers. The baddies stream in at an ever-increasing rate, and you have to avoid mines and wall-mounted gunners while also trying to pick up prizes and money. There's a highly distasteful game show aspect to it all, with acts of extreme violence being accompanied by the eeeeee.
Yeah, Smash TV is a fantastic game. It is hard as nails, obviously, but seems like the Amiga version is pretty good, and it also has a mode where you can use 2 joysticks, so that definitely helps things a lot.
Copyright symbol monstrous end of level baddies. What a load of old cobras. Get right out of here right now. Pound D, picture. Typically insincere host proclaiming Sassanarcade, you've just won an electric toaster. Its caution with one dubious morality is just kept in check by best method, the tongue tucked firmly in its cheek, as you to use though wouldn't like to defend it on a D and the other channel for discussion program. If want to player you're not sensitive to an onslaught of total you need a carnage, strongly advise you to pick this at the things. The bargain up right now. Game downer tilde tilde at Tim Tucker off if you stick teeny the bottom line AME once you fans of the co-op might be I fast PUI disappointed by the control system, awful weapons small screen and other inaccuracies, sunrises, and you'll need 2 joysticks per our attackers player to get the best out of it. But then it never once you've started you won't put it RV to avoid down, and shoot 'em up lovers, or others while indeed anybody who likes their S and money. Games full on all the way, equals game show.
Yeah.
We'll love it. And it's only 19 the extreme 8 quid tilde a bargain. Equals OD by that.
Yeah. So yeah, that actually sounds like a pretty decent port. If it has a dual joystick option, that's not a bad idea.
EXAEZ release, out now equals 3 BS FRNT. EC equals go PTANAA2 Che2 Hawkeyes consumed, is the KE or Edit Prez la SOMS great cartoon style animation.
This is
It's
Hudson
Zero
Hawk, by
Type
the way.
WAFKRAESQ Sona Subgames.
This looks like the NES Hudson Hawk game, so I'm not holding my breath for this to be particularly good. Except I'm wrong, this apparently got a 71%.
You were my love.
I mean, I guess it's cheap, so...
I thought the game
Safely say that Hudson Hawk's controls are the most annoying thing I've encountered for at least 3 weeks.
tore out my heart.
The main problem is the ridiculous amount of inertia that accompanies everything Hudson does. Same, isn't it? There you are, out for a stroll, puts flaming cauldrons in your way.
How could you
ERCE Lee.
in this position?
Actually, yeah, it sounds bad, but they gave it a 71% despite the fact that the controls suck.
In television. And now I'm
One.
bleeding
Oh, shit.
from this incision. I really want mine in television.
Stewart spent about a page discussing this in issue 7, but the gist of it was that Hudson feels like he's on roller skates the whole time, and what starts out as a simple leap from one platform to another generally turns into a
Hey,
battle
Nintendo.
to prevent him from overshooting and plummeting to his death. The other biggie is the weapons system.
Won't leave my house.
Hudson can either punch baddies or throw exploding balls at them. Of the fire button, the manual says, press slowly to throw ball, press quickly to punch. Ah ha ha ha.
And so
There
I
are smaller things, too, like the way it's impossible to get Hudson to perform a simple vertical jump. It's either a jump to the left, or a jump to the right, but it's the pelvic thrusts that
Oh, yeah,
really
this song
drive
is
him
great.
insane.
I cannot
Tilde ed, or a jump to the left followed by a
this indecision.
desperate attempt to get him to tongue round in midair, generally ending in disaster. But oddly, despite the game's best efforts to persuade me to hurl it from the window as hard as possibly could, it kept drawing me back, and kept getting slightly further each time. It makes a terrific budget game, too. If ever a game was written with a cheap high re-release in mind, this is it. Copyright symbol Jonathan Davies.
I want mine.
So we basically just said, like, the controls suck and the game is super frustrating. 70%. Okay.
I want mine in television.
Yeah, I like this song. This is in the PS2 and Television Libs collection.
In television. I want mine. I want mine. I want mine. I want mine. I want mine in television. And so I swear by
PD. Oh, playable demos? Okay.
I'm going to find mine.
I guess they aren't reviewing the demos because I think that is there was their policy. They don't review demos,
I'm on a
which fair enough.
I have to have mine in television.
Not everything TL, a lot of it is. Dav Domain releases treatment and said a kite mark call there are humongous bass numbers of levels, and codes so owl net you don't have to play them barely annoy every time you load it up. The control
Firing your missiles
Oh, actually, I think, I don't know.
Launching your ships. Battling robots. Flying a plane. I want my television.
Again.
Oh no, this is those games that gives PD a good name. Whatever next? ACIPD, not 600, 1200 compatible. What's in a name, eh? This game would be pretty damned good whatever it was called.
Pity.
As itis it's called Transplant, and haven't got the foggiest why. It's an asteroids-type game with an excellent twist, almost literally, tilde as opposed to the ship rotating. The
Or I
background
guess these,
does all the whizzing
these
about.
might be like,
It's a bit disorientating at first, but once you get used to it, the sensation of motion is excellent. Besides the simple but effective graphics, wonderful motion picture type music and superb use of sound effects, the explosions sound different depending on what you blow up. There are a couple of other nice touches. As opposed to pickups for improved shields, firepower, lives, etc., you earn credits which you can then spend on buying these things. It's not that innovative. Tilde Ed, and the 2-player mode is excellent fun. Boo alla LLV.
not everything that's cheap is necessarily nasty, but a lot of it is. Dave Golder gives the latest public domain releases. Oh, public domain, not playable demo. So yeah, it's basically shareware. So I guess if £7.99 is too rich for your blood, you can find these games, which are, I don't know, probably like $1 or $2. A pound or two. A couple quid.
SciPD, not 1200 unpatable. Bald geezers are always good for a bit to laugh, if nothing else. Astis
There's a
here.
game called Baldi.
The Elton John sim. No. And you can pay your own legal ends when he sues you. Ed, perhaps one day. The actual star of Baldi seems to be.
Elton John sim? I don't get it.
PTRC. You're so AAA there are humongous numbers of levels, and codes so that you don't have to play them all every time you load it up. The controls are pleasingly positive which, along with the decent collision detection, means that you can't blame the game if you get blown up. The only real problem is that after a while it is a little samey, since there isn't H variation in the alien attackers. ICT, decent biostem up action effective twist that makes it fun for at least. DocAOSER.
What's this? Clat? Wait. I don't know.
Hating, percent yuan percent Telescan yep another cross between Tetris columns. This one is dead color some nifty animation and is as do rear album filler. Slow is not the word for it, but since they haven't invented a word for it yet, slow will have to do. Verdict, don't be fooled by the looks. It's tedious. Rating, asterisk.
Oh, it does have a rating. Oh, no, there is no rating. The rating is just asterisks. Okay. I don't know what that means. I guess they just couldn't bring it in. They couldn't find it in them to give it a rating.
YV, but maybe a strict shame about this one. It looks like it could have been really good.
Yeah, Nirvana. This looks like a
Ratam Rallison Panache.
looks like a City Connection.
Wonder why they bothered. Character moves around collecting varying new age type things, unks,
Yeah.
sun symbols,
Yeah,
other
good
hippie
Konami
nonsense,
music.
and avoiding nasties. It has a decent balance of puzzling, timing and dexterity, a healthy dose of humor and responsive controls. Unfortunately, on the A6-1200 it flickered like mad, while on the A500 the excellently animated sprites were messy blobs. It's playable, but it'd be best to wife a version 2. Verdict, flawed classic, a make-teach, crippled okayish sort of thing.
Alright.
Rating, *%%.
Wonder if I have Nirvana. I would play that. It looks kind of like City Connection, but good. By the way, do you feel like the British equivalent of "Oh my, how lewd"? Do you feel like the British equivalent of that is "Oh dear, how nasty"? How utterly nasty. Anyway. Football Tactician 2! Finally. What is this? Is this, what, just an advertisement for this game? By the way, I must say, compared to EGM, this is considerably more, restrained when it comes to advertisements. Yes, accessing... According to this publication,
We break
yes,
the records.
nasty.
Widely accepted as the most accurate football simulation available, Football Tactician 2 has taken the strategy scene by storm. Record after record is being broken, * biggest ever multi-user system, up for 46 users. Who said 4 was the limit? Now with rolling system reflecting manager's ability and equivalence * fast over full interactive management game. Intervene all anytime during a match to change tactics, make substitutions, edit formation, or mark players * most accurate player definition. 30 parameters including real ages, aptitudes, skills, caps, playing positions, fitness, morale, and market valuation. * most accurate teams. 20-player squads updated
You know what?
every
Actually,
week.
I don't really care about...
If your game still lists
Profession-
Des Walker at Forest
whatever.
or
I don't really care about that. I don't even know what the hell that is. Next month. Oh, I think we're... Yeah, it looks like we're nearly at the end. Yeah, I mean... That's true, it had, like, full... That's true, EGM did have, like, full-page posters and stuff. But, yeah, like... Well, I'll get to my thoughts on this magazine at the end, but I'm actually quite enjoying this. I assume that's ads? A clone again, or... What's this?
@C_NRE section. Every now and again a game comes up that gives you that funny doing. But when two gan Illinois pair
Oh,
of
that's a
long lost
feature
hires
article.
it just sheer tilde coincided one thing more sinister, and we eyed that it was a few of the guilty parties Ebrach fenced. Presiding over the proceedings in his funny wig, or is his hair supposed to be like that? Judge Stuart Campbell.
I don't even know what the hell this is. Oh, these are... Okay. You know, spot the... Okay.
Spore.
Oh, this is gonna be kind of messy, but oh well.
CGA equals a 1E ball game for 900, Tikaronic, Z2 to 9000, Zushin. Its exact B equals OT at Conrara, LEEL, KL Rio ES8EEL with PS SOAA 9IETL Rio.
Oh, I see. So it's like comparing two games that are very similar. I see what it's doing. Lemmings and Troddlers? I've never heard of that one. I've definitely heard of Lemmings. Presumably it's a clone of Lemmings, or something along those lines. Oh, that's Troddlers, presumably. Yeah, looks like Lemmings.
So you successfully turned an old Android TV box into a console now. Runs PS1, GBA, GBC, GBA, Game Boy, NES, SNES, full speed. Pathetic at PSP, but it has 4 USB ports and Wi-Fi, so very handy. That's pretty cool. Plug and play into TV. So you have a Super Console LCX.
The Super Nintendo. Gods, I think I've heard of that. And Deliverance is presumably the clone of Gods. Oh, yeah, I have seen this. I think I played Gods on the Genesis. It's an alright game. And it looks very similar to Deliverance. This is kind of interesting. This is an interesting segment, like comparing like the clones of games to the actual thing. Shame it's formatted like shit, but you know, other than that. Magic Pockets and Fire and Ice. I played Fire and Ice, interestingly enough. I think that might be the clone that's more popular than the original. But yeah, Fire and Ice is a fairly decent Amiga platformer. Pang and Oops Up. Well, that's Pang, we know what that is, and that is Oops Up. Yeah, looks like Pang. Atomics and The Power. I've never heard of either of these. Looks actually a lot like Pango, so I think that might be the hidden origin that they neglected to work out. Lotus Turbo Challenge 2 and Jaguar XJ220. Jaguar XJ220, I think, got a port to the Sega CD. An upgraded port, presumably, so... Yeah, both seem okay. Alright, we've got Golden Axe and Motorhead. Motorhead is... I guess Motorhead is kind of a clone of LCX. Why have I been saying LCX? Oh yeah, because LCX is on my second screen. Motorhead is an interesting one. It's a beat-em-up, honestly kind of a jank one, but it's themed after the band Motorhead. It's kind of cool that it exists, but not really something I would say is worth playing. And especially if you're not really a fan of Motorhead, it's not worth playing at all. Oh, hell yeah. Alternate reality. Yeah, well, that's Motorhead. Honestly, kind of looks like shit, too. Hard driving and 4D sports driving. Oh, shit. Actually, we should play 4D sports driving. We saw how pretty good hard driving ran. Let's see how sports driving runs. Oh, here we go. 4D sports driving. We saw how good hard driving was on Amiga. Let's see if this is any better. Mindscape, okay. Oh, I see. It's up to accelerate. Oh, this does not run as good. It runs okay, but... No. Oh no. Oh, no. It's bad. Hard driving ran pretty good on Amiga, surprisingly well. This... This runs about as well as I would have expected hard driving to run. At least you don't have to use the mouse to turn, but... Oh no. Is bad. Is garbage. 0 out of 10. Oh, it even has the same, like, shatter effect as hard drive. It is just a clone of hard driving, and a bad one. It's 3D. Well... No, they actually didn't try at all. Is bad. Striker and Liverpool. I've never heard of either of these. Oh wait, oh no. I think Striker is soccer. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Dynablaster and Bug Bomber. Okay, also kind of looks Bomberman-esque. Actually, I think, wait, is I think Dynablaster might have been what they called it. They might have called Bomberman Dynablaster in the UK. Because, well, for my understanding is they couldn't really call it Bomberman because of, like, all of the IRA bombings that were happening in UK during the 80s, so they called it Dynablaster. Striker and Liverpool. Both... Oh, Liverpool looks like shit! Compared to... whatever Striker, I guess. Liverpool kind of looks like a right turd. Much like the actual place. From what I understand. Actually, I think it was kind of shit in the 80s, but it's since gotten better, is the impression that I get. Team Suzuki and Red Zone. Red Zone? Not the Genesis Red Zone, is it? Not quite. But it does look like they're both, like, flight games. Narc and Crime Wave. Ooh, should we play Crime Wave? Can I see what a low rate... Oh, that just looks like Narc. It looks like Narc, but worse. Ultimate reality. I want to see what Crime Wave is. Because I fucking love Narc. So, get ready for me to hate it. Actually, you know what? No, first let's see what Narc looks like on the Amiga. Amiga could theoretically do an okay version of Narc. I am 102% sold. Yes. Oh, it even has, like, the arcade intro song! That's so cool. Okay. Yeah, I'm optimistic now. Oh. Well, no music, but... How do I arrest, is the thing. I guess I just wait until I run out of bullets, and then I can arrest. Oh, you have to... So if you move while pressing the button, it jumps. I fucking love Narc. This is a decent port. Again, no music, but that's a compromise that a lot of early Amiga games made. Yeah, arcade version of Narc is brutal. But yeah, it's real good. Let's see how it compares to Crime Wave, though. Chips Challenge. I wonder how that is on Amiga.
Crime Wave. One, two, shit. Yeah. Oh, I see where it is. Okay, then one. On page... Oh, fuck. This is the copy protect. Okay, well, we aren't going to be able to play this game because it has copy protection. But, I don't know. Looks about like Narc. We got Rick Dangerous and a clone called Impossible. I think I've heard of that. Oh, that looks actually kind of better than Rick Dangerous, at least from the screenshots. Rainbow Island and Ed the Duck. I think I've heard of Ed the Duck. Impossible has to be epic. Well, you know what? Ask and you shall receive. Let's see what Impossible is. First of all, let's see what Rainbow Island looks like on the Amiga. I can't imagine them messing that up too much. You liking this music, by the way? This is from Beverly Hills Cop on DOS. Rainbow Island is wickedness in its purest form. I like that. Yeah, what a screechy BGM. You don't like it? You don't like the music? It's good. It's real good. Oh, it's up to insert a credit. Well, as expected, yeah. It is Rainbow Island. Oh, shit. Oh, wow, the rainbows stay. Oh, the rainbow physics are different. Usually the rainbows go away once you, Usually the rainbow goes away once you go on them, but no, it stays for quite a while. Unless, wait, no. Oh, I see. Got it. This looks like a pretty good board, I must say. This was a very popular game in the UK. I can kind of see why. People in 2025 going back and say it's LGBTQ symbolism. What was the ripoff? Oh yeah, Impossible. Well, let's see. How gay is Impossible? Oh shit, it's even... Oh, it even has Monty on the Run music. Probably not gay, but they can't spell. Well, see, because it's a mole that's impossible, so impossible. This is what? This is nothing like Rainbow Island, actually. Oh. Oh, is that what it's trying to say? Because your weapon goes in an arc, it's Rainbow Island? That's stupid. This is nothing like Rainbow Island. This game's okay, though, for what it is. But it's not Rainbow Island. What the hell are they on? It's Castlevania.
Yeah, good background graphics, I guess.
So it's Rainbow Island if they got rid of all the gay. Understood. Oh, wait, shit, no. Ed the Duck was, the, Rainbow Island clone. Oh, yeah, this is Rick Dangerous. Yeah, it's closer to that, I guess. Except in Rick Dangerous, No, Rick Dangerous, you did have a weapon. Never mind. Ed the Duck is, I guess, closer to, Rainbow Island. The Games Master. Oh, this is a TV show. The Game Master. This is kind of like, Captain... No, not Captain Power. What am I thinking of? Video Power in the US. Or, PCE or something. What was that one you were talking about? Like a PC television show that was in the Philippines? LCX? It was like... I want to look that up, because I might want to, like, look through that. I might want to look through that at some point. Could be good as a, like, I might want to... I might want to look through, like, some, like, variety game shows. Video game-related shows. Not game shows, that's a different thing.
Do the right thing. What's this? Oh, are these just people who have written in to them? I guess. And the... Oh, yeah, and then there's the contest. So these are just people who have written into Amiga Power. If you care about that, pause the video and read it yourself. Total! I agree. Yo! Mickey Mouse in the house! Oh, yeah! This is when Disney was trying to be cool, which led to, things like the Goofy movie and, well, honestly, well, Goof Troop, initially. But yeah, Disney trying to be cool phase was just awkward for everyone involved. What game is this? It's some Nintendo game. What, Mickey Mousecapade or something? Oh, Mickey... I don't know. Mickey and MCU when? I don't know. Contact, John Disney. The bottom line. I guess, what is this, summarizing? I'm not really sure what this is. Oh, I guess these are just... Got a Mega Drive? Then get this. No, I don't have a Mega Drive, I have an Amiga. That's why I bought an Amiga-related magazine. King Mickey from Kingdom Hearts beats up Thanos with Keyblade. Yeah, that needs to happen. Or better yet, put Marvel in Kingdom Hearts. That way we can control. We don't have to watch that happen. We can just do that in video game form. Then I'll want solid info. Oh, I guess I see. It's a competing Mega Drive magazine. Understood. I think we're pretty much done with the magazine. Yeah, it looks like it. Britain's biggest Super Nintendo magazine. I might have to look up some of these. The right people. And that's it. They live again. And yeah. So, that was Amiga Power. Probably three strongest Kingdom Hearts characters. Well, what about Sorcerer Mickey? What about like the Sorcerer's Apprentice Mickey, who can like, or better yet, just get the actual sorcerer to do it. But like, you know, Sorcerer Mickey, I mean, can like control water, can control inanimate objects. Basically has the power of telekinesis. Sorcerer Mickey would be able to do some cool shit. Like from Fantasia. Raid Ronnie? Alright, I will do that. If Ronnie's
still live, yeah. So I don't know what you guys thought about Amiga Power. I really enjoyed that. I definitely think that, look, as good as the ads were in EDM, there were just so goddamn many of them. It kind of just screamed as sort of money hungry, where literally every other page was an ad. Like, no, like, granted their ads were a lot better than the ones you saw in Amiga Power, being like these full page illustrations. You know, there was a lot more effort put into the ads in EGM than in Amiga Power, but also, literally, these magazines were roughly the same size, except EGM was double the fucking length because of all the ads. It was literally half ads. And honestly, I would say the magazine just wasn't as good in general anyway. Like, I think, like, if you were a fan of the Amiga, you loved this magazine, because you had, like, detailed reviews. Yeah, sometimes they kind of went a bit off the deep end and had, you know, like, kind of just overly wordy nonsense because there was presumably some sort of arbitrary quota that the publisher had them hit, and it was like 500 words or something, and they had to kind of pad it to reach 500 words, half of which is just some bullshit not related to the game at all. But you know, like, I think it goes a lot more in depth than EGM did. Granted, EGM, I think, was maybe more focused on, like, gaming news than reviews, which I guess, depending on what you enjoy, you know, that's what you prioritize. But I think, like, if you are a real video game fan, I think magazines like this are going to be... And honestly, well, I would say this, like, learning about, like, video game news, you know, isn't as interesting now. Reading these reviews, I would say, is a lot more interesting now. Because, like, you know, the Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, they already came and went, you know. They came, they dominated, they left. History's already been written. But, I mean, it is kind of interesting to sort of read back and, like, see the impressions of people as it was happening. But really, I think the reviews are a lot more interesting. Like, you know, like, I might want to play some of these games. Yeah, I have, like, you know, a Steam Deck with over 100,000 games on it, but I'm not going to play 100,000 games. I still want to read reviews and see which ones are actually worth playing. I've discovered a couple of interesting games that I never would have found out otherwise. I mean, Arabian Nights, the one we saw earlier, the one that came on a demo disc. And that's another thing, too, is, like, you would often get, like, demo discs incorporated into the magazines. Because a lot of them because computers were really big in the UK. So you would get demo discs, usually on, like, a floppy. It would include a couple of games, sometimes full-price games included free with the magazine. I think there were some PC mags in the US that did that, but, you know, you couldn't really do that with something like EDM because most of the games at the time came out on cartridges. I think PlayStation Magazine might have given away some demo discs, but you know, it wasn't really a thing because, well, PCs weren't really a thing in the US, so you just didn't get free games.
But that was a thing. That was even a thing on the ZX Spectrum. They would literally like package it in with a cassette tape that you could put into your ZX Spectrum, play Zeddy games. But yeah, I really enjoy that magazine. I think it's quite interesting. Yeah, it was fun. I agree. Yeah, the ads weren't aesthetically pleasing in this magazine. I mean, they got the point across, but it's, you know, EGM. Part of the fun is that... PC magazines did do that, yeah. You have two from PlayStation Magazine. Yeah. Yeah, they also gave you a good preview of what the games were like in the ads. Yeah, true. Yeah. In EGM. Anyway, yeah. I'm with LCX. Let's raid Ronnie. And yeah. So Saturday will be Romporee. I'm probably gonna use this opportunity mostly to play some Game Boy Advance games that I have left on the Come Back Later section. Sunday I will be doing more Castlevania, Harmony of Dissonance. Monday, more Game Boy Advance games beginning with the letter D. We are up to part 5 now of the letter D. It is coming along slowly but surely, but it's an interesting thing nonetheless. This is going to be a massive list once we're done with it. Tuesday, Lunar, the Silver Star story complete. And next Thursday, I'm deciding between two things. I think I'm going to cover Joystick, the Atari 20... Well, it's not necessarily a 2600 magazine, but it was a... Actually, there was a dedicated Atari 2600 magazine. It was called Atari 8, but it was more kind of fluffy stuff. Joystick was a general purpose gaming magazine. One of the first ones, along with things like Atari Age. But yeah, it came out, I think 1982 and was basically dead by 1983. But it's an interesting time capsule of what people were sort of thinking of these video games at the time while they were coming out. So I think we're gonna do that on Thursday. Joysticks. Get out of the 90s, go back in time to the 80s. And, you know, we've already played most of these games because, you know, we went through the 2600 library. And I guess by this point, like, Intellivision and ColecoVision would have come out. I'm not sure if Joystick was covering them or not, but we shall see. But anyway, that is it for tonight. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Always super appreciated. Special thank you to my members, Arus218, DJ Ronnie G, and LCX. And thank you to everybody else for watching me tonight. Thank you, Karumium Good Gamer, Arus218, DJ Ronnie G, Game Gear Goddess, Kayla Boo, Mike Wolf, Renee W, and Nintendo Vaults. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Good night. And thank you for going to my TED Talk. Bye, everyone.
It's the outro, and here's the outro freeze. Freddy Freak of Interpretation, sweeping the nation, doing his thing by way. If you wanna see more of me, become a member, watch some movies on LDM Cinema, play some games on Rum Roulette and request to be part of the community. Join the Discord, talking about games, music, rum requests, and more. Join now. That's all of the plugs that I've made. Thank you all for watching. Now let's raid!